Yo, what up? It's your boy Rob coming back at you once again with another live stream. So before we get started, you already know what to do. If you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you hit the bell icon twice, smash the like button, share this video out to all of your followers. My man, Reality Check Virtual Radio, Izzy 420 High is in the motherfucking building. Say what's up to my dude. Izzy, what's good with you, bro? And we got a couple people already in here, which is what's up. Got my man Bernie L in here already, telling y'all the right things to do. Like, subscribe, and hit the notification. And my man Headphone Music Official is in the building. Good morning, folks. Thanks for getting me through another day at UPS. I feel you, brother. Get that money. What's good with you, bro?
Man, you already know what it is, man. We out here, we getting it.
Right. So yeah, man. So that was a pretty good conversation that we had last night to get started into what we're gonna talk about today. You know what I'm saying? So, we've been seeing the landscape of politics change, and they're changing and they're trying to readjust. And we're going to show you some evidence of that. This is something we've both been talking about for a very long time. You know what I'm saying? We've been talking about the change that's going on within the parties and amongst the party lines. I did a couple videos called The Civil War Within the Democrats. And then I've done other videos. One of the videos is called The Karenization of Liberals. You know what I'm saying? But I think that now this is the hardcore solid evidence of this phenomenon. And I think that this phenomenon is sped up because of the wake-up call that the Democrats got in Virginia. What you think, bro?
Yeah, I think it's about to get real twisty in a minute here. Like to be completely honest, it's about to get twisty up in this motherfucker. It's about to get schwisty, whatever the hell Rick and Morty be saying. But anyway, yeah, it's gonna get crazy because these guys are really trying to blur lines, man, and it's turning into, not just political lines and what are you, Republican or conservative. It's starting to look like they're trying to make this into ideology. So, we'll see what comes down to. And
Now go into that a little bit more. What do you mean by that? Because I think that's a really good point.
so to me it seems like, it's more so, what is your ideology and does it align with the other people that's quote unquote a part of that party, right? So if you have white supremacist talking points, right, what's going to happen is you're probably going to align yourself with the group that has the most white supremacist talking points. If you're LGBT, you're going to align yourself with the group that has the most LGBT talking points, and so on and so forth. So that's what it's looking like. It's not looking like things are falling according to what the groups actually are supposed to represent. Okay, so it's not, liberal ideas. It's not just conservative ideas. It's not right leaning ideas, because a lot of people, they're willing to step over lines where at one time they were liberal, they're now willing to vote for, right wing conservative. And then you got some right wing conservatives that are kind of like, well, that's a little bit too far for me. I'm willing to vote for Dems. And it looks like it's more about ideology rather than political lines and what those political lines are actually supposed to be.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I think we got some evidence of that. All right. So I don't know if you guys have been paying attention to some of the things that people have been saying, but the Democrats are seeming like they're split down the party line. And the interesting thing about the split is that the older school Democrats, like the Obamas, the Joe Bidens, you know what I'm saying? Those people, they're kind of moving to the right. And they're saying, okay, now, these other Democrats over here, these people in the squad, these AOCs, these Cory Bushes, these Cory Bookers, these Jamal Bowmans, these people over here, I don't know what to say about these people. These aren't our people. But if you're quote one of us, one of the quote normal people, as you can see on this header for this article from Axios, if you're one of the normal people, well, here's a place for you. Now, my question for you, Izzy, and for everybody in the room that's in here, what do they mean by normal?
I mean, I would assume because I've heard that label before, but before we actually talked about it last night, it was kind of explained to me as kind of center, you know, left center, you know what I mean? So
Right,
normal, you feel me? And that's the new name that they're giving it, a normal Democrat, where you know you're not necessarily uber liberal, but you are, what a classical Democrat would be.
right. Basically, a safe space for for a white supremacist Democrat, for an unapologetic white supremacist Democrat. You don't have to be all liberal. You don't have to be all over the top. You can just basically be your casual racist like Bill Mayer. And here's a place for you. You can be normal.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
Bill Maher would definitely be what I would consider a quote unquote normal Democrat, right? You know what I mean? Where if you listen to a lot of things that he's talking about right now, it sounds really right wing leaning. It's, a lot of, you know, white supremacist Democrat talking points that he's actually, going after. He's also going after quote unquote cancel culture, just like right wing individuals are. You know what I
r-
mean?
right. They want to
So,
maintain that right to be verbally racist,
right.
unapologetically racist. So that comes down to the whole, we have a problem with cancel culture, all of that stuff. And I mean, basically, like it'll lay it out in this article. You know what I'm saying? And then we have some more evidence. So my question is, right? I don't know, but I think that this is going to make it a lot more confusing for voters. And I think that this is a strategic move by the Democrats and by the conservatives in order to continue to derail internal politics. Now that there's, because you can't, even though they're ignoring it, you can't not notice that the trends of black voting have changed, and they have to do something to counteract those trends. Anytime we start moving in a coordinated way, they have to do something to try to counteract that. And I think that this breakdown within the Democrats, I don't think it's a accident. I think it's a purposeful breakdown, a concentrated effort in order to continue to confuse voting patterns. What do you think about that?
No, I think that's right. I mean, their first attempt was to try to get the buffer class and the buffer groups in order to start voting Dems, but they noticed that, you know, uh, those different groups are kind of split down the center. So your Latinos, are half and half. Half Dems and half Republicans. You have your Asians who's half and half. Half Dems, half Republicans. And so they're not getting the big block like they're used to getting from like black folks, right? Because black folks usually will vote about 80, 90% with one group, right? They did that with the Republicans way back in the day when they voted Republican, and then right around 68 to 72, they started switching, and they started voting in big blocks for the Dems, right? So they're not getting that big block like they want to, and so because they're not getting that, they have to do it this way. So it's kind of blurring the lines and shit. So yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. So when you guys come into the video, there's a poll. If you guys can do the poll, that would be great. And also let us know in the comments if you guys have ever heard of this term called a quote normal Democrat. I see my man Kareem just hopped up into place, and you laws up in here. What's good with y'all? Good to see y'all. So let's check this article out. All right. So here, and then, bro, if you want me to stop at any point during this article, just let me know and we'll stop. So what it says is new
Facts.
label for moderate Democrats, normal. All right. And then, they show this guy, which is interesting. There's a lot of imagery in this picture. This is your basic white dude with a Bible. You know what I'm saying? Normal. You see? So that's what that clearly means. Listen and you'll hear moderate Democrats using a new label for their own brand of politics. Quote, normal. Why it matters. It's a coded, loaded word exacerbating their divide with liberal colleagues. Now, isn't that interesting? Because here we're making a clear definition that, quote, all Democrats aren't liberal. What do you think about that? What's up, MC Fact? What's good with you, bro? What do you think about that, bro?
Well, I mean, I think we've always kind of known that, right? And a lot of these guys are, white, white male, and in a large majority of them Christian, right? And so what you have is you have an uptick in different minorities, coming into politics. We're getting a lot more women into politics. We're getting a lot more, so it's starting to change. So what this is clearly it's a dog whistle to, white males and white females, that, hey, this is the normal group. Let's, and these are the outside groups. And, that's kind of what I'm getting from that. Those are the outsiders, and we're the normal ones, i.e., we're the white ones. We're the ones that's been running this shit. So,
Right.
businessmen also. A lot of businessmen in that one too.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. When they use the word normal, they're implying white. You know what I'm saying? So make no mistake of that. So Kareem down here says, sounds like a big dog whistle to me. Absolutely. Anytime you hear, quote, normal, or anytime you hear, quote, mainstream, anytime you hear any of those kind of words that kind of give a mathematical connotation, it is a mathematical connotation. They're talking about who the majority is. They're talking about the, quote, dominant society. They're talking about white people. So that's what this means. You know what I'm saying? They want to make a clear separation. Well, there's these people over here, these ones over here that are just so over the top. You have these black people, they're really ridiculous. We're not going to do anything for them. And then you have these other ones that are just that are somewhat, we can kind of work with them, but they're still not going to run everything. And then there's us normal people. Us normal people. If you're a white Christian male, you're normal. You're part of this. And so that's what this is. This is a safe haven for your Bill Mayors, all of your white racist Democrats. So now they can just be unapologetic with it because they have this little, quote, sect inside of the Democratic Party where they can reside and, spew their nonsense back and forth to each other. All right. So again, it says why it matters. It's a coded word, and this is coming from this Axios article. So even they're not, stupid. They're not trying to hide the fact that it's a coded word. We all know it's a coded word, but even they're saying it. It's a coded word. It's loaded, exacerbating the divide with liberal colleagues. It's also a way to face the dismal election trends, to distinguish themselves from, here you go, distinguish themselves from, quote, activist colleagues they're implying are abnormal and don't speak for them. What do you think about that, bro?
Well, I mean, that's really what it is. It's them sending a dog whistle to the right wing, saying, look, man, we're not part of these weirdos. You know what I mean? These guys are looking for equality and equity. And we're not trying to give that to them. We're trying to give them the vision of that, the idea of that. You know what I mean? But we're not trying to actually give it to them. You know us. We're those same old guys. That's what that is. It's
A
like, look,
good old boys club for Democrats.
that's right.
Yeah. So MC Fact, he says, for me, there's no, quote, liberal Democrat. There's no normal. That's just a cloak for racism. I can't argue with that. I totally
I
agree.
can't either.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I totally
I
agree
can't.
with that.
I see no lies in that statement.
Right. That's MC Facts. He always coming with some facts. So now here it says driving the news, Representative Connor Lamb, and he's a Democrat from Pennsylvania, quote, a moderate. And I find it interesting now, a lot of the Democrats are running away from using the Democrat term. Now they're calling themselves moderates. You know what I'm saying? Which the moderates are, those are the conservative ones. Those are the normal ones. A moderate running for a U.S. Senate tweeted this week that he's a normal Democrat. And I actually, have that tweet. So I'm going to pull that up real quick and I'm going to show you guys what it is that he tweeted. And then we'll get right back to the article. And if you guys haven't smashed the like button for this video, if you guys can, I'd greatly appreciate it. Also, if you share the video out, that helps as well. All right. So let's actually look at this. All right. So this is the tweet right here. All right. And this is what he says. Connor Lamb, if you want a senator who runs as a socialist, feeds the GOP attacks, and didn't help with infrastructure, I'm not your guy. That's not how you beat Republicans. I know because I've actually done it and will again. I'm a normal Democrat who supports jobs and wins elections. What do you think about that tweet?
Well, I mean, the thing, you know, is really funny. If you want a senator who runs as a socialist, feeds the GOP, attack ads, and didn't help with the infrastructure, I'm not your guy, right? The fact of the matter is he's actually now trying to label the extreme lefts, right, or your liberals, right, as socialists, right? And this right now is a very big catch term, especially in Republican circles. So what he just did was he just gave a big dog whistle to all those right wing, Democrats that used to be, they're, good old boy Democrats, right? He gave them the dog whistle saying, hey, man, look, we're getting back to the basics. And, I'm your guy because those guys are nothing but a whole bunch of socialists, right? Because I don't want to give nothing away and I don't want to help none of these folks, right? And so, especially black folks and minorities. And that's what that is. That's a dog whistle to other white folks that used to vote Dem, now vote, Republican because they feel like the Dems are going too far. And he's letting them know, look, man, come on back over here to the farm and I got your back. Don't worry about it because I don't fuck with them minorities either. You see what I'm saying? And that's what that
Absolutely.
is.
Absolutely. This is Ghost Walker's comment was funny, but I think it's actually kind of accurate. He says they hit the LGBTQ wall and now they're turning back. I can't disagree with that comment. You know what I'm saying? Bronze the God is in the house. What's good with you, bro? Good to see you, man. Loving for Hebrew hair is in the building. What's going on? Good to see you as always. Appreciate it. So yeah, man, I would totally agree with your assessment of that tweet. um, I agree with that, and I think that Ghost Walker, his comment was funny, but I think it's hella accurate. I think they did hit the wall as far as the usefulness with LGBTQ or like some of the other groups. So now they're turning it back around, saying, look, we're gonna go back to dealing with the people that we usually deal with, which is basically the good old boy, the white Christian conservative. What we're gonna try to do is we're going to try to allow as much racism as we can. We're going to try to let people be as openly anti-black as they can, so we can try to steal some of that Trump voter base. That if we neutralize Trump, we can get some of his voter base. If we do certain things like talk against defunding the police, if we villainize black people, if we villainize any type of initiative that black people may want, if we package reparations with socialism, if we do that kind of stuff, then maybe we can get back some of these people that we lost with the blow that we took during the Trump administration. And I think that that's what this is. I think it's a repackaging of democratic racism. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, that's what they are going to package, reparations under. That's what they're going to package the LGBT. And here's the thing with the LGBT groups. The LGBT groups are actually stepping over a line. You know what I mean? When they go off and they get mad because there's no representation. Then you have a movie like Halloween, and then they go off and be like, "Oh, Michael Myers is trans or he's homophobic because he kills the gay guys now." You know what I mean? And they're like, "Okay, now they're doing too much." Right, we got to put a stop to this. Like we've given them everything, and they're still trying to push for more. Right, and it's like, oh, I can't do that because if I do that, now I'm going to lose even more of a base because not everybody is for the LGBT, or at least, they're like, okay, let them do what they want, let them get married, but anything past this, you guys are like kind of asking for a whole lot, you know what I mean? And so, yeah, I think they've outlived their usefulness, the LGBT community, and you know, I I think it's turning into young versus old, where you have a lot of young folks that's really open to that whole LGBT thing. They're a little bit more open minded to hearing and having these more serious reparations talk. We're a little bit more open minded in how we're going to be structuring infrastructure such as police funds and things of that nature, right? And they already completely destroyed the defund the police statement, right? Because whenever you say defund the police, what happens? They say, "Oh well, we can't defund the police; it'll be absolute anarchy." We have to pay them something, right? And the fact of
Right.
the matter is, defund the police didn't mean take away all police. It meant, okay, let's not give them so much fucking money that they can buy, old army equipment and marine equipment and military equipment, and let's have them not look so, you know, army tactical force esque. You know what I mean? And that's it. It meant let's put some of that money somewhere else instead of allowing them to get these big budgets and still a whole bunch of money from citizens and shit. You know what I mean? With the forfeiture laws and things of that nature. So what it's saying is, nah, we still want the police doing the same old thing that they doing. We want LGBT to get back in their place. We want these Negroes to get back in their place and all these other minorities. We gave them enough. Now we got to get back to what we need as white folks, and
Right.
but we still want to stay underneath the guise of Democrats to look
Right.
like we're not the bad guys.
Right. No, absolutely. So MC Fact, he says it's like progressive. What the heck is a progressive? It's all the same. We know the real question is, do they have a black agenda? Do they help blacks? Is always the bottom line. And that's facts. So we got Jay Bird in the house. What's good with you, bro? Bro, good to see you as always. Glad to have you in here, brother. You know what I'm saying? So MC Facts, he says we know about the alphabet group. We know the alphabet group does not care about blacks. And you know what? I think that you might actually have some really good insight on that comment, bro. So why don't you go into that? And Bronze the God, real quick, he says it started as abolish the police, but they didn't like that, so they adjusted it to defund the police. All right. And
Right.
Ghostwalker down here says they're burned out, spent all that money, didn't break us off nothing. Now midterms are coming, and all that money, I'm sorry, and all those that got money don't fully support them. Now they have to go to the drawing board. Exactly. I totally agree. And the
Hmm.
easiest way to go to
Right.
the drawing board is to basically say, well, what can we do to make sure that we let the rest of the United States know that black people ain't getting anything? Because that's the one thing that all of the United States, including the other minorities, are unified on is how can we beat up black people, which is one of the reasons why, in my opinion, it's important for us to get it through our heads that we shouldn't be negotiating. We should actually be actively fighting. We need to start behaving ourselves like the way that everybody else is behaving. Everybody else is behaving as if they're at war politically and economically with us. We need to start doing some counteroffensives here at some point.
Right. Absolutely. I agree.
So I wanted to go back to MC Fact's statement where he said,
Hmm.
"We know the alphabet group does not care about blacks." What do you think about that? Because I think you might feel you might have. I don't want to say you might feel differently, but I want to say you might have some rarely known insight about that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the fact of the matter is that's a true statement. There's actually a lot of racism that goes on in the LGBTQ community. The white LGBT has a lot of disdain and a lot of racism towards the black LGBT community and black folks themselves. Um, the white LGBT community, they like to look at themselves as a minority in order so they can have that oppressed status, right? But at the end of the day, they look at black folks all the same, like you're all thugs anyway, right? And we have, I actually did um, I actually did a stream about this not too long ago, and I was talking about trans and the racism inside, and you can see it. The LGBT is clearly showing their true face now. The white LGBT community, when I say that, I'm saying the white LGBT. They have showed their true face about their disdain for black folks and the black LGBT community. As a matter of fact, you have quite a few white LGBT individuals on places like TikTok and even on YouTube who are very right leaning or they are so called liberals, but yet they always have something negative to say about black folks, black LGBT, and just disparaging them left and right. And we see what they do inside the movies when we see the movies that they put together, like the Stonewall riot, what I mean, movie that they had made, and they had a white dude trying to change the history. So, and then on top of that, not too long ago, the LGBT, um, there was a push by the black LGBT community to actually put brown and black on their rainbow flag to add on to it. And the white LGBT community absolutely lost their mind about it. And they were like, oh, well, the rainbow represents all colors, but yet it didn't have black and brown on there to represent the black and brown communities, right? And so there's a lot of hidden racism inside the white LGBT community, and this is why I'm such a big advocate with the black LGBT community to stop looking at their gender first and be black first. You know what I mean? And I think even the black LGBT community will actually find a little bit more support than they actually think in the black community if they were black first and not whatever their gender or their sexual, propensity is, whatever they choose to do in their bedroom, right? Because they'll understand that no matter what we do as black folks, right? We're looking for equity and equality. We're trying to get everything that we're supposed to get, right? So automatically, all other minority groups actually benefit from all the work that we actually put in. And yet they don't deal with half of the things that we have to deal with as a community, right? They don't have to deal with over policing. They don't have to deal with none of these things. And I think what's starting to go on is there's a lot of black LGBT individuals who are actually starting to call out the white LGBT community for their racism. And so now the white LGBT community can't is not able to use black LGBT individuals as tokens anymore, and they're really getting starting to get called out a lot more for their racism, discrimination, and how they just ultimately treat black folks and the black LGBT community. So that's an absolute fact all the way across the board.
Yeah, yeah, no doubt, no doubt. I totally agree. I'm with you. I think they need to start reevaluating the way they do politics. You know what I'm saying? Like clearly, because if
Yeah,
you go look, there's plenty of articles backing up everything that you said as far as the top down caste system within the LGBTQ, how anti-black white LGBTQ people are, the way that they're offended by what Dave Chappelle did, but they're not offended that they themselves attempted to whitewash that Stonewall riot movie. So there's a lot of hidden
hmm
stuff, and the media doesn't shine the light on how anti-black LGBTQ, white supremacist LGBTQ people are. See, what happens is if you point out WS LGBTQ, then they get on you and say, well, you're anti-black. This is what Bronze the God and
I don't
MC
know if it's
Factor are
just
saying.
me.
What was that?
Yeah, you just kind of broke up a little bit right there, but real quick, let me let you know though, if you guys want to check that out, all you got to do is go. I believe it was called the Dave Chappelle issue on my channel, and I talked about this a lot. I actually pointed it out, and at the end of the day. I showed a lot of articles and I broke that all down. And there is a caste system, like you were saying, and I want to make sure people understand this shit because right now we have a Latino man who's actually on trial for murdering a black LGBT trans woman, right? And so the thing is, when we talk about we have no allies, look, we're not playing this to just to say it, and we're not trying to play race baiter. The fact of the matter is black folks don't have any allies. When we're talking about when they went after Dave Chappelle was calling out white LGBT individuals, whether people want to admit that or not. He was calling out white LGBT, and he was calling them out, and he was letting everybody know, look, don't shit on my people, right? Black folks. And that's what they did. They literally used black folks again as some a form of tokenism, and they wanted to call them out and say, "Oh, well, what about all the trans people and blah 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 blah." Well, again, the history shows us where it's at. We have no allies. We don't have allies from the LGBT community, Latino community, Asian community. We don't have allyship with clearly with the white folks. You know what I mean? And any other so-called minority group in this country. And so they need to start paying attention to this, and hopefully they'll start seeing it.
Yeah, I totally agree. So Bronze, he says, WS LGBT, or I'm sorry, WS media is always on code. That's the real intersectionality. Totally agree with that statement. We got Delmo in the house. What's good with you, bro? So, and then MC Fact says that alternative lifestyle is not black first. A part of black first means black procreation first. Let's not get it twisted. I'm just saying.
And again, I'm not saying that shit. Again, here's the thing. Um, and I don't want to get it twisted because we know what Black First means. But here's the thing. If we break down the Black LGBT community, that's not stopping Black procreation. Um, what's stopping and what's streamlining Black procreation is um, a lot of the Margaret Sanger situation that we're talking about, the eugenics that we're talking about, black women getting a whole bunch of abortions. If black folks stop getting abortions, our numbers would actually increase exponentially. And a lot of people don't really like to talk about that, but there's a reason why there's a Planned Parenthood on every single block. Um, a lot of people think that, oh well, if we say, oh, black first LGBT is stopping procreation. It's actually not, and we can go into it, at another time. But I don't have an issue with it because natural selection works, and
You see,
so
do you see this
at the
comment? Look at this. Look at this one. Look at
what he
this.
say?
Look at this comment. So we got a comment. And it says, as if people can't have surrogate mothers for gay couples. Everyone's fighting for black rights until it comes to black gay people. So, first of all, there's a lot wrong with that statement. The first thing that's wrong with that statement is that everybody's not fighting for black people's rights. That's not true. Black gay people aren't even fighting for black gay rights. Black gay
That's true.
person throw reparations under the bus in a heartbeat for an LGBTQ agenda that doesn't even benefit them, and there's proof of that.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Second of all,
Absolutely.
no, black people are the most accepting group who accept LGBTQ people. So what LGBTQ people need to do is you need to stop being cowards like the black males that you hate who don't have the energy to deal with white supremacy and fight each other and take that energy to white supremacy. What you need to do is figure out why they whitewashed Stonewall riot. That's what you need to do. You need to go over to Netflix live stream and go ask them about that instead of coming over here,
Right.
who
And let
actually
me
is
let me
trying to
point
encourage
out.
people, you know what I mean, to actually be as far as politically goes, black first. And real quick, I just want to say what's up
Right.
to my man Torian Rain. He just popped in the building. Good to see you as always, bro.
What's up? So I also kind of want to push back on the narrative as if people can't have surrogate mothers for gay couples. Everyone is fighting for black rights until it comes to gay black people. Actually, that's wrong. Um, you can have gay black men that actually are able to adopt faster. They're able to become get surrogates faster. In a lot of cases, black man and woman couples have the hardest time actually adopting kids, getting surrogates, and getting anything else rather than any other group. So I want to make sure we understand that that is definitely not true. You can get surrogates being gay. I actually just saw a whole documentary on it, how there are surrogates for black lesbian groups and even white lesbian groups like crazy. And there's one dude that was a part of the documentary. I can't remember the name of it, but when I remember, I will put it up there. And I'm definitely going to be having this conversation again soon. That there was a black man who was being a surrogate for specifically black women, what I mean, and only black lesbian groups, couples. So I don't like, let's not, I don't really want to go there, but the numbers will not agree with you. The number one group that has the hardest time adopting, getting surrogates, and things like that is actually black couples, black men and women couples. Um, and they are denied more frequently. They are turned down by surrogates more frequently. They have the biggest problem of getting adoption ran through and surrogacy ran through than any other group. So, you know,
Right,
it
that's
is what it
facts.
is.
No, that's facts. So there was a response that says I was using everyone hyperbolically, and you're right. Not everyone is fighting for it. We're usually not wrong. You know what I'm saying? We're usually not wrong. So Nikki says she was just about to say that. Yeah, he says, look, I'm just saying, don't punch down on other people trying to lift up your own. Maybe I read the room wrong. I don't think it had anything to do with your reading. I think it had to do with your listening. Because again, that comment there, the only group that ever gets punched down on is black people. Everybody else who's a minority, and now since white people seem to have every talking point that Martin Luther King used memorized, the only group that gets punched down on is black people. Everybody else rides their successes, and everybody else gets all of their legislation and everything off of everything that black people did. As a matter of fact, LGBTQ people should be thanking black people because of the miscongeniation laws that you're now allowed to marry same sex. Because if it wasn't for those laws and the precedent that they set, you'd still be calling each other boyfriend and girlfriend instead of calling each other husband and husband or wife and wife. So again,
Yeah,
I don't like that when people come and say, well, you need to not do this, you need to not do that. What you need to actually do is advocate a little bit more for the people that set the precedent for you to be able to have what you consider equality and freedom in this country right here.
yeah. At the end of the day, when you say don't punch down, the only group that's actually punching down on the black LGBT community is actually white LGBT. Um, and that's the group that's actually really truly punching down. And when black LGBT folks actually start realizing that, then you guys will actually be doing a whole lot better for yourselves. Like there's no reason for black folks to really punch down on black LGBT people, because most of us have some sort of LGBT member in our family, and we're not punching down to them. Sometimes we might not, call you by your quote unquote pronouns. Sometimes fucking we don't agree with the lifestyle. But at the end of the day, we don't punch down like the white LGBT community punches down on the black LGBT community. Not only that, but we don't tokenize the black LGBT community like the white LGBT community does at all.
Right.
So I would have to strongly disagree with that punch down comment.
Right. So Bronze the God says surrogates are super expensive. How many average gay black people can afford that? And then MC Fact says abortions, alphabets, black male emasculation, drugs, gangster rap, it's all against black procreation, in my opinion. And I can't argue with
I
that.
agree. I
You know what
can.
I'm
I'm
saying?
not. And again, I don't argue with that either. In no way do I disagree with what you're saying. But all I'm saying is the number one thing that I was, if we were just to stop the abortions alone, are our population would actually grow significantly. That's all I'm saying. That's the only point that I was making. It's just a very small group of people, and I just wanted to really quickly point out that if you think that you're getting punched down because you're a part of the the Black LGBT community, let me make sure you understand this really quick. You're getting punched down because you're black, not because you're LGBT. Just want to point that out.
Yeah, that's big facts. That's big facts. So real quick, I'm gonna skip a couple comments because I just want to say something real quick and just shut this nonsense down. So the baby didn't punch down on gay people? No, the baby didn't even mention gay people in those statements that he made. But you know who did punch down up, left, and right on gay people? Ed Buck. So if your next comments are about him, I don't know what to tell you. All right. So then
Yeah, and real quick, that's why the LGBT is super supporting the baby now all of a sudden after Bootsy was saying all his shit and after a few other people were saying their shit. Now y'all are hyping the baby up. So like let's kind of not go there. On top of that, if you actually listen to his statement, he wasn't talking down. He didn't punch down on LGBT at
he
all.
didn't
He
mention
was just saying,
LGBTQ. I think there was some LGBTQ guilt in there. What he mentioned was sucking dick and
right,
HIV. Now, anybody can suck
right.
dick. He could have been talking about a woman. He could have been talking about a heterosexual woman, and heterosexual men can also get HIV from women. That was gay people getting overly offended and saying, "Oh, you must be talking about gay people." He didn't say, he never mentioned the words gay. Gay people mentioned the words gay. So again, that's just a narrative that was ran with, and the baby's not the most intelligent individual because he wears skinny jeans that cut off the circulation to his brain. So he apologized. If that was anybody else with any normal common sense, I would have advised him not to apologize. If you didn't mention a certain specific group of people, he didn't mention a certain specific group of people. I've never been anywhere and under gender it said dick sucker or HIV positive. I've never seen that. If they've changed the EEOC laws and that's considered part of a gender, by all means, please let me know, because you people seem to be up more with the times and understand things a little bit more and are more nuanced and have a little bit better of an understanding of what's being pushed versus what isn't. But last time I checked, HIV positive status and being a dick sucker don't constitute automatically as gay.
No, and saying my people are HIV, the HIV people. That doesn't HIV free people. That doesn't mean gay either automatically either.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Yeah. So like, yeah, let's not do that. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't if you go back and look at all of the baby's comments, he never said the word gay. And more than likely, he was probably advised by an attorney to not mention the word gay. But, he decided to apologize anyway, probably because he freaked out due to inexperience with that kind of negative publicity. What do you think?
yeah, most likely. I don't think he was saying anything bad. The fact of the matter is, he acknowledged he has a whole bunch of gay support and he appreciates them. So I don't think that was the issue. I think people are just projecting their feelings and how they took it back onto him.
Right. So now here, he says, y'all know what he meant, but keep making excuses. No, I don't know what he meant because, again, Magic Johnson is straight as far as we know, and he has HIV positive. He was one of the first notable people with HIV. So, again, this is guilt. This is something that is wrong with you. When you look in the mirror, you
Yeah,
see a dick in your mouth and you get offended. He didn't say anything about that. So,
yeah,
I don't
that's
know
a
what to
you
tell you.
problem. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's a you problem. That's not a us problem because I get my dick sucked all the time, not by men, but I get my sucked all the time. And guess what? I don't have HIV, so I didn't take offense to it. You know what I
Right.
mean? So if you took offense by it, that's a you problem, not a me problem.
Exactly. you know. And you know, as far as HIV status, again, you can be a heterosexual male or female and have a positive HIV status. This is the LGBTQ people running from the playbook of what to quote get offended by so they can manipulate people through shame. And the thing is that nobody's falling for it. Again, you can be a notable LGBTQ person and get a lot of things done, and that's fine. Nobody's saying that you can't. If you look in the mirror and all you see is an HIV positive dick sucker, then instead of getting upset with anybody who talks about sucking dick or HIV, you need to go see a psychologist and ask that psychologist, well, why is it that every time I look in the mirror, I see myself with, you know, scabs and a dick in my mouth? Why is it that I see that when I look in the mirror? Don't take that out on the baby or go around trying to shame people, being all mad and upset, because nobody said that. He didn't even say that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I don't even know. And my last comment on this whole thing is, I don't even know why you're like so focused on the baby anyway. When if you were going to be offended by anyone, I guess the Bootsy would actually be a little bit more of a target that you should be pointing at. But you're not pointing at him. Like, I'm kind of wondering why.
He's not
You
even
know what I
pointing at
mean?
Ed.
Like,
He probably not even pointing at Ed Buck. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
probably not. And this is the type of shit that's really funny. You got Latino folks that literally are on trial right now for murdering trans people. You got Ed Buck that killed multiple gay black men. You know what I mean? You got all these different groups literally taking you out the game. But yet you want to sit here and fucking like get mad over the baby and what he said? I think your priorities are a little bit fucked up. I'm just saying that's just my personal opinion. I could be wrong, but I don't think I am.
Right. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, man, like that shit's funny. So all right, so let's get back to this. Unless you got anything else to add on those comments there. You got anything else that you want to say, bro?
No, I'm liking the comment so far, so it's all good.
Yeah. Yeah, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. Yeah, so yeah, there's a lot of comments. So if you see anything in the comments while I'm reading that you want me to highlight, just let me know. So now here it says driving the news. We already talked about this. This guy Connor Lamb, he's a Democrat from Pennsylvania, is a moderate. He's running for the US Senate, and he tweeted this week that he's a normal Democrat. He contrasted himself with those who didn't help with infrastructure. So when we talk about didn't help with infrastructure, we know who those people are. Those are the ones that they try to politically merge with people who have a black agenda. Those will be the progressives. Those will be like Trump used to call them, the AOC plus threes, the Jamal Bowmans, the Corey Bushes, Ayanna Pressley, basically the squad, who the squad is leading the Justice Democrats. That's who they talking about, is basically those Justice Democrat people, those progressive, those far left people, those quote socialists, like he said in his tweet. So now here it says Lamb told Axios he sees some members of the Congressional Progressive Caucus. Now, isn't that interesting? There's a Congressional Progressive Caucus. I'm curious as to who is on that. I just want to fill out the room real quick. Did y'all know that there was a Congressional Progressive Caucus? Did y'all know that there was a Congressional Progressive Caucus? Did you know that, bro?
I did not.
Yeah, I didn't know that. We're gonna have
I'm
to do
not.
some research on that and look into that. Did you know about that, Torian? Yeah, I didn't know about that either, bro. We're gonna have to do some research into that and see exactly what they're about and see exactly who's on it. Because once we find out who's on that Congressional Progressive Caucus, it would make sense what gets prioritized over what the Black Congressional Caucus should be doing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they need to be kicked out of office. Congressional Black Caucus. Anyway, we need to empty that whole group and make a whole new group.
Yeah, that's facts. Go look at my video, the new how to make a new Black caucus, because that's some shit that we absolutely need to do. And that's important, man. That starts with local politics. Getting the wheels turning on a new Black caucus. That's something that we really need to do, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says another swing district Democrat, Representative Abigail Spanberger of Virginia, used the word normal. So she used the normal word again after her party lost the governor's race in her home state. So that's interesting. This is directly from that most recent L that they took. She drew headlines in the New York Times for saying of President Biden that no one elected him to be FDR. In a less noticed line, she also said Americans had elected Biden to be normal and stop the chaos, to be normal and stop the chaos. And I have that article, so we'll get to that eventually. All right, it's an article from the New York Times. It says between the lines, David Axelrod, who heads the University of Chicago's Institute for Politics, has served as former President Obama's senior advisor and said using the word normal isn't just about dissecting from the left. It's also a way to meet shaken voters on steady ground. What do you think that means? What do you think that means, bro? I think that's a clear, that's a dog whistle that's clear as day. You
No,
know?
I mean, I think we've already touched on this many times over. It is a dog whistle. It's a dog whistle that says, "Hey, we're not one of them, and we're not about helping these other groups." When we say Democrats, we mean white folks, white left-thinking folks. We're not talking about the blacks and the the Latino Hispanics and the fucking Asians. We're not talking about them. We're talking about white Democrats. And we already know, what it's always been. Again, you have the Republicans, you got the Democrats. They are two wings on the same damn bird. And ultimately, they always come to the same conclusion, right? They're sending that dog whistle to Biden. They're saying, hey, man, stop doing all that stuff for them. Start thinking about us. You know what I mean? Let's stop the chaos and get back to normalcy. Normalcy means, making sure that white folks are able to actually progress and actually to gain, and for them to know their role and know their place. At the end of the day, that's what it is. This is white Democrats signaling to white Republicans, we're about to put these folks back in their place.
Right. Yeah, no doubt. So Torian says normal Democrats sounds like the left version of MAGA. That's exactly what it sounds like, bro. That's a perfect summation of that. What do you think? I
Yeah, it
agree.
is.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Facts. Normal Democrats sounds like the left version of MAGA. Yeah, Bronze God said it too. Blue MAGA, basically. That's yeah, blue MAGA. That's what we need to start calling these
I,
people. Blue MAGA.
Blue MAGAs. Yeah, I'm with it. Hashtag Blue MAGA.
Hashtag blue MAGA. There it is. You know what I'm saying? Blow the whistle on these clowns. You know what I'm saying? like when the aliens land, I'm snitching. So now
I'm telling.
you, you remember Blue Streak? You remember when Chappelle when he had Martin had him in the investigation room? He said, "I'm telling."
I am telling. I am telling
That's
on
funny.
you. Mm.
Oh shit, man, that's funny as hell. So now here, look to see it goes on even to reveal more. It says normal is a reassuring term, he told Axios. You cannot overestimate what 4 years of Trump and 2 years of a pandemic have done to people's sense of solidarity. First of all, the only reason that the pandemic has had issues as far as any kind of solidarity goes is because people politicized the way to deal with the pandemic. First of all, you had the way that the right wing championed, and then you had the way that the left wing championed, and nobody championed actual medical science. No one championed it. They took the pandemic and politicized it. First of all, that's the reason why people are split on a pandemic. You know what I'm saying? Second of all, again, this is what Professor Black Truth says. The Democrats trying to scare people with an orange-skinned racist. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
Talking about
I want to go back.
4 years
I
of
want to
Trump.
kind of go back.
Okay,
I,
like
I
I don't
kind of want to go
understand.
back to what he's. Oops, hold on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. So I wanted to kind of go back to the statement right before that. What was it? It said, when it said basically it's to reassure and to get solidarity. But the question is solidarity with who, right? And
Right.
that's very telling. So it's white folks trying to have solidarity with other white folks. And
Mm-hmm.
that's a major dog whistle. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because if you look at where the left is going, right? They're saying, well, we want to have solidarity and get back to this idea of solidarity. Solidarity with who? Because there's never really been solidarity between, the Republicans and the Democrats. But what they're saying is solidarity in the fact of, we're all white and we should be doing this for white folks. And that's what that shit is. That's the key.
Right. Right. Exactly. No, I totally agree. What that basically is saying is we're getting on code. We're too fractured. We need to get on code.
Yup.
That's basically what that's saying, you know. So
Yup.
now here it says in an ad shared first with Axios, the advocacy arm of the new Democrat coalition on a block of House centrists hypes its members as, look at this, majority makers. Majority makers. What do you think? What do you think that means?
They are the majority of the population. They're majority makers. That
Who's
means
the majority of the
again, blue
population?
MAGA right there in your face. That's
Right.
hashtag blue MAGA.
Hashtag Blue MAGA. Isn't it interesting? They're trying to scare people from the guy that created MAGA while trying to create their own MAGA. So we're watching in real time white supremacy taking two sides of an argument. In real time, we're seeing it. Here. I mean, here it is right here. You know what I'm saying? Bron said, "Oh, I don't like that word." He sounded like old boy
Right.
from Belly. Well, I don't like that shit. I don't like that shit at all.
I don't like that shit. I mean, but here's the thing. When we say the majority, right, and we talk about the majority, and we talk about getting back on code, and we even say, if we call them the dominant group, right, we're not calling them the dominant group because they're dominant on anybody really. It's because they have the numbers. They are the group that has the biggest numbers. And even with the recent census, we're talking 62% of, well, 58% now. It's gone down to 58. So it went from 72 to 58% white folks in this country. That's still a majority. You know what I mean? And so we always have to remember that. It's still the majority. There's a reason why they keep, you know, Planned Parenthood on every single block of the hood, but they only got but maybe one, in the white neighborhoods. There's a reason for that shit. You're muted, bro.
My bad. So it says, so Genesis the Lazy Duck says, new Democrat coalition ad. I'll try to find it since it seems something that just oozes with euphemism. So I think I have it. And I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna share this on the screen real quick, take a break from that article, and we'll see what they're talking about. It's on a channel on YouTube called Majority Makers, and I'll actually put the link in the description box so that people can see it. Am I still muted, bro? Can you hear me, or is this just an older comment that Torian
No,
put
you're
in?
good. That's an older
I'm good
comment.
now.
You
That's an
got
older
it.
comment. Okay,
Yeah.
all right, cool. All right. So let's check this out, real.
Taking control of the House of Representatives.
A historic accomplishment for the Democrats.
New Dems make the majority because we represent the majority.
We listen.
We listen.
We listen.
We listen.
We listen.
We listen to what America needs.
We fight.
We fight for our principles.
Abigail Spanberger is my
This is what democracy looks like.
name. We just made history.
We defend American values.
We believe in an economy that works for everyone.
Everyone getting a fair shot to earn a good life.
We are pro-growth.
Pro-innovation.
And we hold the line.
against those who seek nothing less than the destruction of America.
The destruction of our democracy.
We win in the districts that decide whether America keeps moving forward.
Building back better and stronger.
Or goes right back
To the division, the chaos, the despair, and the hate. New Dems make the majority.
And we will defend the majority.
for a bold America.
For a strong America. For a free America.
For America that will lead the world in every way.
Forward.
Man, they had all the right-wing villains. They had Super Karen. They had Trump. Oh, I'm scared. Hold on real quick.
I noticed that the new Dems didn't have.
I gotta hide.
I noticed that the new Dems, there weren't any black Dems.
Yeah, they had the beige
one Latino.
No, they had the beige
Yeah,
dude. Hold on real quick. I'm about to show you the
He
beige
was Latino.
dude.
He's
This dude was black. This cat right here.
We defend American values.
Him. That nigga's black.
He is not black.
Bro, he's black.
Okay, maybe he is.
He black. He Malcolm X
white
black.
passing.
He Malcolm X
He
black.
white passing. He is
Malcolm
not
X
Malcolm
black.
X black.
He
He is
Malcolm X
white
black.
passing black.
He Malcolm X black.
He is white passing black, bro. What is you talking about, bro?
Okay,
Which
look,
goes back to prove my point.
I'll meet you halfway. He Splash Brothers black. He Tristan. What was the old dude's name from the Warriors? Steph Curry and them. He's Steph Curry and them black.
Nah, he ain't even that black, bro. He's not even that black, bro. That fool is white passing. Like, I didn't even notice him. That fool is white passing. And that's why they put him on that video, just like they put that super light-skinned, light bright, damn near white Latino dude on there. They got a whole bunch of white passing motherfuckers on there and white people. They're trying to show something. Look, man, we're for the light brights and the whites.
Yeah, that's big facts. Yeah, they made it clear.
Yes.
I'm gonna play this. I'm gonna play this commercial again. You know, what I'm
listen,
saying?
bro. Steph is darker skinned than him. I'm saying, bro.
This is Representative Anthony Brown. You see, they had to get somebody that's that damn light with the last name Brown. Now, see, usually, look. Usually, it'd be me that be talking the light skin shit. Now it's you today.
Look, bro, I call it how I see it. And that motherfucker light skin, that motherfucker is white passing. Look, if you saw this motherfuckers in the 1940s, this motherfucker would not be saying he black. He's like,
white.
Oh
yeah. He'd own a couple of us. You know what I'm saying? He'd own a couple of us and have his own little plantation. Yeah, his first name would be Anthony. The last name instead of Brown would probably be Johnson. if
he got a buzz cut. He got a buzz cut. He would just shave all that peach fuzz off of his face, bro.
Well, that's the military.
Walk around with that buzz cut.
That's part of the military. He's a proud veteran. Don't make fun of his haircut. He's a proud veteran.
He's proud white passing motherfucker. That's what he is.
What do you think he thought about Kaepernick?
That's too much of a Negro right there.
Oh, we gotta do something by him. We gotta do something by him. Oh man, listen, man, it's funny because
he's making light skins look bad. We gotta do something by him right now.
We gotta take him back in that locker room and flog his ass a couple times and make him remember what he's supposed to be doing out here. He coming on Netflix making them shows too. But yeah, though, man, this is exactly what Torian and Bronze was saying, man. This is straight up new MAGA, man, or blue MAGA. What's going on, Tarek? We got Tarek in the house. What's good with you, bro?
Kareem said he looked like he had visualized.
Yeah. He looked like he had full body. Villagro or whatever, however you say that. He looked like he got it all over the place. The whole thing. He ain't even got no melanin spots. He don't had a, you know, Domino from the New Mutants, Domino from X-Force. You know, she she got it. You know what I'm saying?
Look, bro, I'm trying to tell you, if back in the 40s, 50s, and 60s, they would have been like, "Is you a nigga?" You would have been like, "No, sir, I'm a Jew."
That's hilarious. Probably would have passed at it too. Look at this. So Genesis Lazy Duck says, nah, but really, even the words sound too right wing. Yeah, I mean, I think that's on purpose. They sound as right wing as they can, and then they flash the people who they've made the face of right wing extremism. They got Super Karen, Marjorie Taylor Greene up in there. They got Trump in there. They got that one lady with the GED and the MAGA hat in there. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, they put all them people in there to be like, you know, this is what we're about. We're about the same things as them, but we're not them. Like, okay.
Right.
What's
and
that supposed to mean?
They made it very clear. If you saw the imagery, go through the imagery too.
We're going to watch it again.
Showed, you know, they showed the military, the police, the fire department was all prominently in that commercial. So they're trying to get back to the basics, and those are the kind of images that get, you know, a lot of those right-wing guys to come right back. Oh, okay, we can fuck with them again.
Right. Yep. No, that's facts, bro. That's big facts. So let's check this out again real quick.
Democrats have taken control of the House of Representatives.
A historic accomplishment for the Democrats.
New Dems make the majority because we represent the majority.
We listen.
I think that right there, I mean, that right there sums it up.
Was a dog. Yeah, that right there was right there. Because you look at her, you know what I mean? She turns around because we are the majority. The white woman saying we are the majority.
The majority. Yeah, she's laying her claim right there.
Right. And then the white man saying, we listen to you, you know, trying to keep the base. We listen to the Negroes. Don't trip. We'll still listen to the Negroes. Don't trip.
Not trying to keep the base. Not trying to keep the base though. Oh shit. Not trying to keep the base. You know what I mean? Yeah, Freudian slip. Yeah, exactly, Tori. And that's big facts. That's exactly what it was. The Freudian slip. But not trying to keep the base, though. Look.
For the Democrats.
New Dems make the majority because we represent the majority.
We listen.
We listen.
We listen. We listen.
We listen.
We listen to what America needs.
We fight.
We fight for our principles.
Abigail Spanberger is my name.
This is what democracy looks like.
We just made history.
We defend American values.
That's a black voice, bro. That's a brother voice. Come on now.
Someone in the room just said he looks like he's an immigrant. Now, again, if you told me he was like, you know, some sort of Latino, Afro-Latino, I would not be one bit surprised, number one. Number two, I wanted to point out that he said, we listen. The white man, that tall-ass white boy with the glasses, he said, we listen. And what was the very first picture they put up? A black man. Listen, bro,
Yep.
We listen, right? Very first, that was to the base. Look, y'all, I'm trying to give it to y'all right here. You know what I mean? It was to the base. We listen. You know what I mean? We're not going to do nothing, but there it is.
Right. Right. That's exactly it. We ain't going to do shit, you know, but, you know, we listen. You know what I'm saying? We listen. We'll listen to you. We'll listen to your black ass. We ain't going to do nothing for you, though. You know what I'm saying?
Look, and then they all go through their little progression of saying, we listen, we listen. They're all kind of standing next to slight minority groups, right? And this is what that was. It was the first one was the dog whistle to white folks. We are the majority, hint, hint, hint. And then they go to the next group, which is, but we'll listen to you Negroes and the rest of you use other people.
Right.
Hint, hint, hint. Okay, Jesus Christ, this is terrible.
Oh my God, bro. So Volvo to Love says that Brown was born in 1961 in Huntington, New York, to immigrant parents. That's what MC Facts put in the chat earlier. His father, Roy Herschel Brown, a physician, was born in Cayo Mambi, Cuba, and he was raised in Kinston.
I told you that fool wasn't even black.
So look, check it out.
I guess he could have been black Cuban, but
right. But no, I know what you're saying. No, he ain't foundational. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says he went to Kingston, Jamaica, and later came to the U.S. to attend Fordham University. Roy received his medical degree in Zurich, Switzerland, where he met his future wife, Lily L. Berlinger. I think that is Berlinger.
a white lady, Lily White Lady.
You said Lily White.
Lily White ass. Okay.
Who
Lily
said
White
that?
ass.
Somebody said that in a movie. I can't think of who.
That's a lot of old movies. You say, get your Lily White ass. Yeah.
You know. So yeah, so that's interesting. So they got him playing a black dude in this whole
I
new
told you,
Democrat
bro,
act.
because they needed somebody, right, that was close enough to being black, could probably pass for black, you know what I mean? But he wasn't really black. And I told you that. I know he wasn't black. I'm like, that's not black. That's not a black dude.
I mean, to me, as far as I'm concerned, he's a black dude. He just ain't foundational. So he ain't gonna have no interest that we need, you know what I'm saying, on his agenda.
He just said Brown was born in 1961 in Huntington, New York, and to an immigrant parents. His father, Roy Herschel Brown, a physician, was born in Cayo Mambi, Cuba. He's Cuban.
And what are most Cuban? What are most Cuban people? What are most Cuban people?
They are motherfucking Latinos.
Nigga, Latinos not a race.
They're Latinos.
That's not a race.
Spanish.
That's not a race.
Brown, nigga.
Okay.
What is you looking for? Don't say Hispanic, because guess what, motherfucker? Hispanic ain't a race either.
No, I ain't saying that. I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying? Like, most of those people, like, they don't identify as black people, but they're African. You know what I mean?
They're not African. See, we need to stop doing that shit. Not all them motherfuckers is African,
not
bro.
all of them. Not all of them, but he clearly is.
Spanish.
He clearly is. He ain't no Mazisto.
Clearly not.
He ain't no Mazisto.
Look, just because that motherfucker got a big ass nose don't mean that he's black, bro. He got craters on his nose. Negroes just got big noses, nigga. Stop that shit. That is not a Negro nose. That was not a Negro right there, bro.
Dave Chappelle said we got them big noses breathing up all the white man's air.
Look, he is Latino, bro. He got a big nose with a whole bunch of pronks on his nose. That fool is motherfucking brown, bro. He's not black. He's not even Afro-Latino, bro.
Yeah, no,
I don't know. No. Look at that motherfucker again. Tell me that motherfucker is goddamn black. I swear to God, man. I will fly to Ohio and smack you in the back of the head.
He beige. He beige in the motherfucker. He's a human cup of coffee. You know what I'm saying? He's a human cup of coffee. You know what I'm saying? He had to. That's a black voice though. You know what I'm saying? You can't get past that shit though. At least he had it dressed up for the commercial.
Man, look, okay. That was the closest thing that they wanted to put to black on their goddamn screen. Okay?
Right. That's facts.
But he wasn't black though.
Oh shit! Torian said he saw a picture of his dad. His dad looked like Sean Connery. I told you he was black. I told you he was black.
Sean
I don't know what you talking
Connery
about. I told you
is white.
I told you he was black. I told you.
Sean Connery is Scottish, bro.
No, look. I told you he was black.
He not black, bro. That motherfucker is not black, bro. That motherfucker is fucking. He is European Spanish and motherfucking some fucking little fucking other fucking Taino group or some shit. But he is not black, bro.
Also, look, wait
Sorry.
a minute. His wife is black. He went over to Switzerland and found a black woman.
Bullshit. Pull up his wife.
Torian said he got it. He looked it up. I
His
believe
wife
it.
black though. You know what? I can't never trust a black woman with the name Lily. So you know what? And she's from Switzerland, nigga. She's not really black, bro. She's not really black. Come on, stop it, bro.
Look. So Genesis said, meanwhile, we have Zuckerberg lookalike, which that motherfucker does look like Zuckerberg. On the screen, no, don't matter the token. The rest count more. Yeah, that's no doubt. He do look like Zuckerberg, though. He looked like old boy from what's the name of that movie? Super Bad. Now I'll tell you what, I'm not even gonna lie. If they got him on the screen and he started buck dancing like old boy from Super Bad did, I might mess around and have to vote Democrat. What you think about that?
Maybe.
Maybe, you know what I'm saying? They get Zaddy to buck dance. That'd be interesting. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they said his
reparations
future
may
wife
come
is
next.
Lily. It says that his future wife is Lily Berlinger. Volvo is saying the daddy married a white lady. His mother, Lily, is his mother. The daddy married a white lady.
Oh, okay. So Lily is the mom.
Lily is the wife of Anthony. Lily, the black lady, is the wife.
Okay, gotcha. No, wait a minute.
The daddy of the dude married a white lady.
Okay.
That's what I'm thinking that came out as, because Lily is his wife. And if Lily is black, okay.
You know, it's some old black women named Lily Mae.
Okay, then listen. If her name was Lily Mae, they wouldn't have shortened it to Lily. They would have said Lily Mae.
She might have
Ain't no black woman with the name Lily Mae ever gonna let you cut off the Mae.
You gonna call me Lily Mae right now? That's how she sound too.
I mean,
you gonna stop making fun of my name right now?
Man, look. Name any black woman with the last part of her name being May. Let her be called anything other than blank May, nigga. I wish you would show me that shit.
Wait, hold on.
You couldn't show me that shit if your life depended on it.
Wait a minute. What? Hold on real quick. Torian said Anthony Brown's wife. Oh, it's named Carmen Brown. Okay, her name is Carmen Brown. Anthony Brown's wife's name is Carmen Brown. I thought that shit looked like Kareem Brown. I was about to say, oh, he's a Democrat for real. He's for real a Democrat. Why they got him on this commercial? Them the more conservative ones. Yeah, okay,
Anthony
yeah. So
Brown.
Volvo said the wife's name is Carmen.
Carmen. Let's see. Carmen Brown. I'm gonna look this up now.
While you looking it up, let's see what Zuckerberg got to say.
Oh, he's Carmen Brown. She is a black lady. She kind of got a big forehead, though.
See, don't let Tariq get hold of that picture. He gonna be saying all kind of shit about her non-FBA forehead and shit.
She kind of got a big forehead.
Oh shit, that's funny. You crazy?
Oh yeah, he's been trying to pass for black for a long time.
Oh yeah,
you can tell now.
What did you find?
I'm looking at all his pictures and shit. This motherfucker's been trying to fucking pass for black for a long time.
What, he got the hat to the back and shit, and still got the labels, the stickers on it?
Nah, he got a little fucking Caesar and shit in all of his little pictures. He got either a Caesar or a short flat top where you can't really tell. You know what I mean? Like, he been trying to pass for black for a long time.
He's
So
setting the stage for his Democrat, you know, for his
yeah,
Democrat,
he been trying to pass for black. You know, he wants to be the token Negro.
yeah.
The
Bron says
wannabe token nigga.
Bron says he looks like an even lighter Obama, and who
He do.
appreciate sharing the stream over there on Facebook.
He do though. He really honestly do. It looks like another Michelle and Obama combination right there.
So they probably gonna try to use that dude to try to build him up into somebody that they try to trick black people into voting for real.
Yeah, I think so.
Using this little new movement, this hashtag New Democrats, as a springboard for that. You know what I'm saying? They try to make him the notable one. You know, he just coming out of nowhere, and then all of a sudden they'll be like, oh, you know, we got this guy on the ticket. And see, I could see them using somebody like him as the person to run against somebody like AOC. You know what I'm saying? And he will win that, because AOC, they would look at her like she's too extreme. You know what I'm saying?
Look, I'm looking at their family picture, man. I'm not gonna lie. They keep on putting the daughter, who's super light skinned, next to the light skinned ass daddy. They got the older dark skinned boy next to his mama, right? And the coolest one out of the whole bunch looked like the youngest son, because he's sitting out there like, you know, legs open, just like posturing and shit, right? But the other ones look square as motherfucking all hell. Like, yeah, I'm kind of cool on this.
They probably are. They probably are square than a motherfucker. That's why he's part of this thing right here. These conservative Democrats.
Yeah, I'm cool on this dude.
Let's check this out real quick.
Yup.
We listen.
We listen.
We listen. We listen.
We listen.
We listen to what America needs.
We fight.
We fight for our principles.
Abigail Spanberger is my name. This is what democracy looks like. We just made history.
We defend American values.
We believe in an economy.
I think it's interesting how they had the black lady say, we just made history. Like, you know how they've been tokenizing, and like anytime they do some shit, it's all, oh, this motherfucker's the first black person to do this. They the first black person to do that. This the first black person to do this. And it don't be anything significant. I think it's interesting how they had her say that shit. What you think?
Oh, well, of course, I think so. And does he have a black first agenda? Hell no, bro.
Hell no.
Hell no, bro. He sure don't.
He don't even have a black first comb.
Probably. But look, but I find it interesting that after they put on a black dude, then they put on the military, right? And then right after that, they start showing blonde hair, blue eye, white lady to get it real white. You know what I mean? And then kind of lighten it up, another white girl, right? And then they put on the black, you know, the black woman, right? And now they putting back, you know, the white woman right in the front, the white woman on the side, and then the black man standing back in the back right there, you know what I mean? Looking like, you know, he don't know what the fuck to do with himself.
He don't know what to do.
She does look like Bruce Jenner.
Oh, she do. The one in the back looked like she just waiting to call the manager. That's what she looked like.
She looked like Sally Jesse Raphael, bro. Honestly.
Yeah, she do. She look like, try me. I got the manager's number.
Go look. Go look her up, Sally Jesse Raphael.
Sally Jesse. She had a talk show back in the 80s.
Yeah, way back with the big old red.
With the big red glasses. Yeah, that was like the Ricky Lake era.
Actually, before that.
Yeah, I was about to say she was before
that was in
Ricky
the
Lake.
Donahue era.
Then the Donahue era.
Yeah, that was Oprah, Donahue, and motherfucking Sally. That's what that was.
Donahue would do some fuck shit. Like today, we're gonna have Dr. Khalid Muhammad and David Duke on the show, and they're gonna have a civil conversation about race. And
you know what? Donahue was the realest motherfucker for doing that type shit, though. He was so real. He had, all of Khalid Muhammad. He had fucking, the other brother from, the light-skinned brother who was Farrakhan.
look, he would set him up though.
On there.
He would set people up.
But he always had, the realest niggas on there though. You know what I mean? Like he would never half step with having the realest motherfuckers on there. But he always I don't care. He would the way he would do it would have me dying laughing though. He would have like two neo-Nazis, and they'll be on the stage and shit, and like they'll be talking, you know what I'm saying? They'll say whatever, and then he'd be like, so backstage there's 3 Nation of Islam members. And then like it would just be like, ooh, yeah, for that.
Oh shit. Then they all come out, you know what I'm saying?
Economy that works for everyone.
Everyone getting a fair shot to earn a good life.
Stop it right there real quick. Did you notice what they just did?
Pro.
Go back to everyone getting a fair shot.
You said everyone getting a fair shot.
Right there. Go right back. Yeah. They were saying everyone got a fair shot with the black family right there that came in.
Let's see.
We are pro-growth.
Pro-innovation.
And we hold the line.
Against those who seek nothing less than the destruction of America.
The destruction of our democracy.
We win in the districts that decide
and
whether
they did
America
it again
keeps
right
moving
there.
Forward.
Building back better and stronger, or goes right back to the division, the chaos, the despair.
See, they got another beige person. Hold on real quick.
Right there. That's not going to destroy our democracy, meaning we're not going to fucking let more immigrants into this country. The Mexican had to say that. Again, he said we're going to get bro, there's so many signals in this motherfucker. It's not even funny, bro. And how they edited it was really, 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 really slick, bro.
Yeah.
Go back to everyone will get an equal chance, and it was the black family sitting around the table. You know what I mean?
I think I just passed it.
Right, and then he said, then the Mexican got up, and nobody's going to destroy our democracy. The Mexican, that because all the Mexicans are going to come in and destroy the United States and the world. Look, bro, this is so much in there, right there. Go right there. Start it from right there.
All right, I got you, bro.
Economy that works for everyone.
Everyone getting a fair shot to earn a good
See
life.
it?
We are
Can you see it?
Yep.
Pro-innovation.
And we hold the line.
against those who seek nothing less than the destruction of America.
The destruction of our democracy.
We win in the districts that decide whether America keeps moving forward.
Building back better and stronger, or goes right back to the division, the chaos, the despair, and the hate.
New Dems make the majority.
And we will defend the majority. For a bold America.
For a strong America.
For a free America.
For America that will lead the world in every way.
Forward.
I'm saying there's so much to call out right there, bro, because right after, so they had everyone gets a chance, put on the black face of the black family, right?
Right.
Then, won't destroy the democracy of America. That had to have been the Mexicans, because they're not going to shake up the democracy, you know what I mean, in the voting, right? And then, you know what I mean, he said, then comes the next white boy standing up there again saying, for the people who make the decisions. Yeah, to move
Right.
everything forward, which is white folks, which is the white bro. There's so much on this. Now, I might be looking a little bit deep into this, but guess what?
Not
There's
at
a
all.
lot of symbology in there.
Not at all. Not at all. They know exactly what they're doing with that. They know exactly what they're doing with that. You know what I'm saying? They know exactly what they're doing with that. You know what I mean? So now here, and see, and this is what they were talking about right here. Majority makers. So now here it says the 90-second spot, which the group plans to back with 4 to 5 figure digital buy, plugs its pro-growth policy priorities and says its members make the majority because we represent the majority. So I got to ask you guys in the comments clearly, what are they talking about? What are they talking about,
White
bro?
people.
Right.
White people.
Without saying it. I mean, this is so I find it interesting. The Democrats they're taking some pages out of the right-wing playbook, you know, trying to use some dog whistles here, like, psst, hey, white people, we're talking to you. Psst. We're talking to you. We're gonna make America great again. We're just gonna have blue hats instead of red ones. I mean, ain't that what that is? Ain't that what that is, bro? Like, I mean, you know what I mean?
I think that was loud and very loud. A Democrat speaking. We're gonna put these minorities back in their places and be talking to you white people.
Right. That's exactly what it is. And the minorities that, you know, that are talking, they're gonna be, you know, they're gonna be saying what it is that we tell them to say. You know, we're gonna have
Right. They know
we're gonna
their
have
role.
we're gonna have Hugo Chavez. We're not gonna compromise. How do you say it again? Democracy.
Democracy.
We're not gonna. We're not gonna compromise democracy. You got to get rid of that accent when you say it.
It would go over your head, Bronze. And here's the thing: what's so funny is they do this, and they edited that, you know, just right, where you feel a certain way, and if you're not paying attention, it would have just went right over your head. It would have just slid right by you, and you'd be like, "Oh man, that sounds like me."
Right. Yeah. You know, this shit's crazy, man. This shit is wild.
Born every hour.
Every hour. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says, let me see. Did we read this already? No. Okay. So here it says, Representative Brad Schneider, a Democrat from Illinois, who is the coalition's chair, stressed in a statement to Axios, it's working across ideologies as well as across party lines. Now that goes into what you said at the beginning of the video. So you want to elaborate on that a little bit more?
Yeah, so ideology is code word for, look, we believe we're thinking the same thing as you. We're just not being open, like completely blatant about it like them. You know what I mean? We all believe this shit. We have the same ideologies, and this is where they're trying to bring the voting to ideology. You know what I mean? And not really substance. It's not about fucking, you know, what your party is supposed to be doing, right? Because we know the Democrat Party is supposed to be more liberal and progressive and shit, right? We know the Republicans, they're supposed to be more conservative. So they're reaching apart across from that. And they even said it. They're trying to also reach across party lines, right? So they're telling you, hey, we have the same ideology as you. We're just not red. You see what I'm saying? We have the same ideology. So let us pull some of those people right back from across party lines, and you can come back over here to the normal Democrats.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I totally agree. Another thing that I think that they're doing is, and I agree with Bernie here, no such two-party system. another thing that I think that they're doing is they're trying to mobilize those token people like that beige brother. They're going to mobilize him to be able to rival the Larry Elders, the Candace Owenses, and the like that woman in Virginia that the conservatives have.
Yeah, you're right. The beige Spanish guy. Yeah, you're right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
the beige hermano, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. The beige hermano.
Look, los
Yep.
beige hermanos.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. They're going to be tokenizing a lot more Negroes. Like you can definitely see this coming. And this is creating that buffer class that I've been talking about. Again, they're trying to bring, why do you think the Asian folks got their anti-Asian hate crime bill when there's already a hate crime bill in legislation? You see
Right.
what I'm saying? And how they've been telling black folks, well, we can't do anything specifically for you, but then they turn around and do it specifically for Asians because they're trying to make Asians the buffer class. Next thing you know, they're going to do the same thing for Latinos. Again, buffer class to get in between them, us and them. So we can no longer call them racist because as long as they bring other minorities in, then they all automatically have their token where they're able to say, well, look, we're not racist. Look at all these people in there. And then when you say, well, what about the black folks? Oh, well, black folks ain't getting in because they're not getting voted for. They're not getting in because low grades, not graduating high school and college. They don't have the credentials. You know what I mean? But that's on you guys, the black folks. You guys have to fix that part. Look at them. They're doing so well.
Exactly.
This is creating a buffer class right here. That's what this is.
Yeah, no, absolutely. 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 100%. I totally agree. So now here it says Joseph Givarsi, executive director of Our Revolution, a group allied with Senator Bernie Sanders, pushed back on those coming for liberals. Infrastructure alone isn't going to save Democrats in the midterms, he said. The people who should be worried about backlash from the voters and the party are the corporate Democrats. They are the ones holding hostage the most popular pieces of the president's agenda. What do you think about that comment right there? What do you guys in the comments think about this comment right here? Because I think this is very cryptic, and I think that it's a little bit intellectually dishonest. I think there's a little bit of I think there's a lot of bullshit in it, and I think it actually means something else that they're just too cowardly to say. What do you think, bro?
I think he is see because and this is kind of why this whole movement to call a lot of minorities, especially black folks, socialists is because shit like this. Because the fact of the matter is this: we know Bernie Sanders is technically a socialist. Okay. He's always kind of ran underneath that socialist platform. And so this is kind of the taboo word right now, right? It's kind of like way back in the day during the 80s, commie,
Or
right?
red, when
Was
they would say red.
right. Those were the words, right? Now, I do think that he has a point when he says corporate Democrats, but who do the corporate companies who do they mainly employ and who are usually the CEOs of these corporations? Who are they? They're white folks. So he's saying in his own words, it's these greedy white folks, and guess what? They're greedy Democrats. They're greedy white Democrats. Those are the ones that are holding up everything, which is gonna push these super liberal fucking white woke folks to be like, yeah, Bernie's right. But it's just going to emphasize that these ultra liberal people are socialists. So again, this is all, talking points. You know what I mean? And this is all a way to signify there's a split in the Democratic Party right now that's major. It's major, major, major. And you're gonna have to keep on paying attention to that.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I I find this interesting, right? The people who should be worried about backlash from voters and the party are the corporate Democrats. They are the ones holding hostage the most popular pieces of the president's agenda. I find it interesting that they can mention that, but they don't say anything about, well, you know, all Democrats are going to be facing some backlash because they're holding hostage any policy that black people have been advocating for. They don't mention anything about that.
Yeah, but they don't have any policy for black folks. We're automatically assuming that they have some sort of black agenda. They don't. They never have. They never
Right.
need to have a black agenda. You know what I mean? And Bernie Sanders doesn't have no fucking black agenda. Bernie Sanders is not for reparations. He's not for anything. He thinks
He's
that
for reparations
black
for
folks need
natives,
to get.
native
Oh,
indigenous.
he's for reparations for natives. He's for reparations for Jews, but he is not for reparations for black folks.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. And more than likely reparations for LGBTQ, like Elizabeth Warren.
Yeah, anyway, that old fucking $5 Indian.
So now here it says, so right here, flashback. The 6 House progressives who voted against the package, which is the infrastructure package, included squad representatives Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Ilhan Omar, Ayanna Pressley, and Rashida Tlaib. They were joined by Representatives Cori Bush, of course, and Jamal Slowman. All right. So now here it says they were trying to maintain leverage in negotiations over the president's tandem 1.75 trillion social spending package. It includes liberal priorities like, here we go. This is something that we all need. Everybody put your hands in the air. Universal pre-K and funds to combat climate change. Get a motherfucking air condition. You know what I'm saying? What do you think about that?
Yeah, again, that's nothing but trickle down bullshit that we'll never get a piece of. So it's all bullshit. I actually think Bronze the God made a good comment. He said Democrats are having a fake internal war right now, performative activism.
Oh,
And I think that's a
absolutely.
big part of that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Bernie L said Bernie Sanders is in it for his own personal gain to get rich without putting in the work, a total loser and a dirty suit. I don't disagree, with that in a lot of situations. I think Bernie showed his card, when he said black folks, I don't want to give black folks reparations, but yet he receives reparations for his Jewish history. So Bernie has clearly showed his hand right there.
And he advocates for reparations for native indigenous people. You know what I'm saying? That's I have a video where I talked about democratic socialist and reparations for native indigenous people is indeed on the Bernie Sanders platform. You know what I'm saying? So go ahead. What was you gonna say, something, bro?
No, I'm waiting for you.
So this is an article from the New York Times, all right, and it says that they're reeling from surprise losses. I don't know why it's a surprise. Democrats, they're sounding the alarm for 2022. Party officials say that the White House and Congress must do more to address the electorate's deep malaise or risk watching voters lurk back towards the GOP by default. So what I want everybody to understand here is that nobody cares about no tangibles, no vote. When they say they're risking voters going back to the GOP, if you're talking about voters going back to the GOP, who are they talking about?
White people.
There it is. Climate change is a total scam. We had so many ice ages. Where was the Ice Age police? So what's good, bro? My man KO Kid Fit is in the building. Fuck Bernie. Then I thought he was decent. Not the stream Bernie. That's hilarious. What's good, brother? What's good with you, bro?
what's so funny is I was with Bernie all the way until he said no reparations, right? I even went to one of his uh I actually went to one of his you know, running his campaign shits. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I actually got to meet him, and I got to ask him a question. I asked him. I said, "So, what do you have planned for the black folks that are voting for you?" He was like, "Well, I'm trying to work on this for everyone." And I was like, "Yeah, that was the wrong answer."
I
You know
never
what I mean?
liked
Right
Bernie.
then and there. Yeah, right then and there, I was like, I was done with that shit. You know what I mean? And I asked that. This is way back, before, when it was Bernie Sanders against Hillary Clinton. You see what I'm saying? And it was like, and it was really funny because they invited me onto the stage. Like, no bullshit. I was on the stage. I actually still have it up on my Instagram. I was on TV and everything and shit. You know what I mean? And then he came around and he was shaking people's hands, and you were able to ask him a real quick question privately. You know what I mean? And I asked him, I said, so what kind of, I didn't say black agenda. I just said, so what are you going to do for black folks? And he was like, I'm going to make sure all minorities, you know what I mean?
Listen here, son.
Are
I'm gonna make sure that all minorities. I'm gonna make sure that all minorities get something. I don't just think that reparations is feasible right now for black people. I'd have been like, listen, you old fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like, for one, you're too old. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're old as hell. You clearly suffer from scoliosis. You know what I mean? Like, I don't even know if you'll last the first 2.5 years in the office. You're a fucking ancient dinosaur. You know what I'm saying? You need to be in a
and
natural
real
history
quick,
museum somewhere instead of in the
real
presidential
quick,
office. Go
I
ahead, bro.
just want to tell you, MC Facts, blacks were not native. Natives were natives. We are indigenous. There's a difference.
That's what
All
Dr.
right.
Claude Anderson identified black people as, native black Americans. He got his little thing.
Yeah, well, there are native black Americans, but those are completely different than the indigenous black folks. Okay.
None of that
And
matters because I'm not going to give black people reparations. It's just not feasible. Um what what was I going to say?
what was I going to say? You're a fool for that shit.
I can't stand.
Okay.
Oh my god, I hated Bernie Sanders. I hated that motherfucker, man. Like, as soon as I saw him, I was like, oh, this. I already know what you're about. And you got the New York accent, man. Bye. Get out of here. Go back to Brooklyn or wherever the fuck you from. Get out of here. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, that's neither here nor there. You know what I'm saying? So here, so back to this, right? Voters lurk back toward GOP. So we all agree that they're not talking about black people. So one thing that I want everybody to pay attention to is that out of all these articles that we read so far, they've been talking about the shifting and the changing and the rebranding of the Democrats, but they're not acknowledging the fact that black people, are kind of splintered, and a large section of black people have kind of said, we're not really supporting the Democrats anymore. What I want to know is, why do you think that there has been a failure to acknowledge that in the media? Or do they know about it? They're just not acknowledging it for a reason. And if there is a reason, what is the reason? What do you think about that?
I don't think they're acknowledging it for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
And I think their plan is they're hoping that they can build up the buffer class to take over the voting block that black folks used to take on. Now, I don't know if that's going to be possible, because they would have to actually bring up, they would have to get, about 13% more people within the Latino community, the Asian community, and, any other, other community, right?
Right.
And so, I think that, so they're keeping it out of the pocket, because the thing is they tried to blame black folks for the people that got elected that are Republicans in this last vote.
Yeah,
try to blame it
Maxine
on black.
Waters. Yeah, Maxine Waters and Stacey Abrams and all them, they came out and said that, you know, you black men, I'll never forgive you because of you voting for Trump. You know what I'm saying? Sip another one, you know.
So
Bernie L with the $20 super chat. Thank you very much, Bernie. I agree, Blacklight. We both came to middle ground with Sanders. No relation to Bernie. Cheers. No, that's facts. And Bronze the God says they're trying to ignore us like they always have. And I think that he's right. I think that that's accurate. They are indeed trying to ignore us, because if they address us, then that would legitimize us being a threat. And that would also legitimize the fact that we are able to kind of have some sort of control over our political outcomes, and they can't acknowledge that they're not able to acknowledge that. You know what I'm saying?
Well, let's point it out though. What they're really trying to do is they're again trying to demonize black males specifically, right? Because they believe that black women came out and voted. They just don't believe that black males did anything.
They gave us
You know what I
some
mean?
stripper advertisements too.
Right, because they don't believe that black males are politically inclined.
Right.
When the fact of the matter is, I think a lot of black males right now are actually standing their ground and saying, nah, until I see, you know, a black agenda, I'm not from either side. I'm not fucking voting for neither one of you motherfuckers.
Right. And that's how it should be. We got Yahweh Health in the house. What's going on, Yahweh Health? Good to see you.
What's good? Shalom, brother.
And so we got Bronze of God. He says Latinos are right-leaning. That's why the Dems are trying to pay illegals that money, an act of desperation, honestly. Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, that's clear. That's actually, I mean, that's been proven. You know what I mean? So I totally agree with that. You know?
Yeah, they're trying to pay off different groups with actual tangibles, which is really funny. It's very interesting how they're trying to pay off Latinos, LGBT. They are trying to pay off the Asian groups, right? They paid off the Asian group with the anti-Asian hate bill. They're trying to actually literally pay off Latino groups with the whole, you know, border situation, right? They're still giving out gangs and gangs and gangs of fucking loans to all the other smaller groups, right? And the only group that they will not. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I apologize.
I was gonna let her tell you. I'm like,
I apologize. You know what I mean?
Don't misgender people.
Right. Don't misgender people. My bad.
Look, hold on. Wait a minute. Wait. Yahweh Health. You should be just as upset as a LGBTQ person that you were misgendered. Is there anything that we can do? Like, can we give you some emotional first aid? I'm just kidding. I'm just joking.
Right. It's the avatar that, you know what? Listen, it's the avatars that always get me fucked up. And you know, pardon my toxic masculinity for just assuming.
That's why you don't assume anybody's gender, Izzy.
Yeah. Okay. No, but the one thing that we have noticed is that they won't give black folks any kind of tangible. They give us a federal fucking holiday because they understand that placation is the biggest thing that black folks love placation. I've said that shit many times. We love put Harriet Tubman and on a $20 bill and give us fucking, you know, and give us a fucking federal holiday. They think that we're happy.
What does the evidence say?
That we have been happy with that for a long time.
Right. I don't think we do a good enough job showing how disgruntled that we should be. You know what I'm saying?
Me either. You know what I mean?
You know, we should definitely be like, you know, they need to understand that we're disgruntled. You know what I'm saying? So Bronze the God actually, he said, all of this to suppress black folks, common sense would tell you it would just be easier to cut FBAs, to cut the check to FBAs. Shows you the logic of these moronic people. I agree. I think that would actually be the best economic stimulus package that would ever happen is if, you know, they cut the check. I mean, that would start up so much spending. It would start up so much a reinvestment. But you can't have a capitalist system function with a fixed upper class if you don't have a fixed lower class. You can have a capitalistic system if there's nobody fixed, but you can't have capitalism the way we have it here in the United States without a fixed top and bottom, and we have a fixed top and bottom. So we have to be
And
doing
we are
things.
the fixed bottom.
And we're the fixed bottom. Yeah. Yep. No, that's facts. So there we go. We got Joe Biden because he's an idiot. And right here, I thought this caption was interesting. It says, Democrats fear that unless President Biden and other party leaders address voters, here we go, close to home frustrations, they were certain to lose their congressional minorities. Washington, reeling from a barrage of unexpected losses, an array of Democrats on Wednesday pleaded with President Biden and his party's lawmaker to address the quality of life issues that plagued their candidates in elections on Tuesday, from heavily Hispanic San Antonio to the suburbs of Virginia, New Jersey, and New York. Although they had braced for a close race for Virginia governor, Democrats were caught off guard by the intensity of the backlash against their party in major off-year elections. Now, what do you think about that? What is that saying?
Oh, it says the were caught off guard. I don't think they were caught off guard. What I think they were where they were a little bit too confident that they still had the dumb little Negroes in their pocket. That's what I think.
Yeah.
They felt confident that, oh yeah, we got them Negroes already. Don't worry about them. Now we just got to get the rest of them.
Right.
And the thing is black folks are not. Let's just be completely honest. Black folks are not really invested in voting locally every 2 years.
Do you
You
think
know
that
what I
that's
mean?
something
They're
that
not.
we should be more invested in?
I think it's something that we should be more invested in, but the thing is they haven't given us a reason to be more invested in it. Meaning, again, no black agenda, no tangibles, no nothing.
Right. I think that one of the reasons why we should be more invested in it is because part of what our agenda should be to form a new black caucus. And in order to form a new black caucus, we had to get grassroots politicians from the local elections and get them moved through the government appropriately in order to put them into position to where they can form a new black caucus. So I think that's one of the reasons why the local elections would be, you know, something that people need to start looking into. And I think that that should get worked into a black agenda. I also think that we need to come up with a black agenda. I think that would help.
I mean, I think so too. But at the end of the day, let's just be honest. What's going to be a black agenda that's going to work for the majority of black folks?
A black agenda that doesn't rely on politics to solve its problems. A black agenda that has politics as secondary solutions.
So, are you saying create a black party, a black, political party, right? And don't run anybody for first couple years and just get
No,
super PAC money and shit? Or how are you gonna
do it
work
all
that?
do it all at the same time. Like the first thing is, you know what I'm saying, like we have to improve our economic base. Like everybody watches these movies, you know what I'm saying? Like Scarface said, first you get the money, right? So we need to be getting money. You know what I'm saying? Once we get money, then we can move that money into investing to have higher likelihood of getting our politicians in place. And then once we get those politicians in place, they'll be able to get the things accomplished that we need to get accomplished. But that doesn't happen if we're not first on the grassroots, on the ground level, facilitating entrepreneurship, facilitating business ownership, facilitating getting the educations that we need to make a lot of money. We got to do all of that shit, and we got to do all that shit at the same time. It can't just be like, okay, we do this now, we do this later, we do this later. We got to do all this shit at the same time.
But my question is how many black politicians, even if you go grassroots, how many black politicians can actually win on a black agenda?
Oh, more than likely, none of them. So that's what I'm saying. That's why we have to have a counter agenda as well. My thing would be is that we would be working towards doing that while doing other things. Like we might have somebody that we start cultivating while we're cultivating other things, right? So we're going to be expecting that loss, but we're going to be getting the experience curve from those losses until they get into a position of where they can actually have a formidable run. You see what I'm saying?
Well, I think we need to concentrate, and I think, and I don't get me wrong, I agree that we're gonna lose any kind of real black agenda race, right? Except in certain places.
And that's what I'm
And what
saying.
I
We got
mean,
to do it
and
local,
what I
that
mean by
part
that is
locally.
right, but locally in places that have populations
Mm-hmm.
of higher black folks,
Right.
meaning if there's more black folks in this city rather than this city, I don't know, let's just kind of, I don't know, let's say Atlanta, right? Even though Atlanta is corrupt as fuck, right? Let's say Atlanta. Atlanta seems to have a really big black population there, right? So if you can get somebody that has a black agenda that runs specifically on a black agenda, put money and power behind that person, and then make sure that they're not going to be steered by these, big time lobbyists and shit like that because we're padding his pockets. I think that's possible, but I don't know if you can run on a black agenda even within the next 10 years and win any race unless it's a high population of black folks.
Yeah, I think that would be difficult. I think that would definitely be a challenge because you're gonna have white Latinos and Asians that automatically aggressively vote against it, just purposely to try to mess everything up to keep their position.
Yeah.
So even if you have a good sound plan, you still have those other three large groups that have a lot of voting power that are going to make it extremely difficult for you. You saw what happened in Oregon when the black businesses got the COVID legislation and the white and Latino companies automatically put it in court. So that's what we're up against. You see what I'm saying? Like we haven't even gotten to those stages of where we're dealing with people actually politically fighting us back because we're so politically lazy. You see what I'm saying? Like this shit right here that we're dealing with isn't even the difficult shit. It's going to get even more difficult when we actually have politicians in there and they get isolated. That's a problem that
Nah,
we
yeah, I
haven't
get it.
you know what I'm saying? Like that's a problem that we haven't dealt with, but it's a problem that's going to come if we actually end up getting politicians in there. You see what I'm saying?
Right. So I think the best places you're going to have a chance to win is places like Detroit, Michigan, Memphis, Tennessee, Baltimore, Maryland, New Orleans, Louisiana, Cleveland, Ohio. Wow, Cleveland has that many black folks?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Shit,
Shit.
East Cleveland for the most part is all black. East Cleveland and most of the east suburbs are for the most part all black. Warrensville Heights is like 99% black. East Cleveland is like 99.9% black. Uh, Maple Heights, you know what I'm saying? All of those little areas, that shit is all like literally all black. Like when I say all black, I mean it's all black. It ain't like the west side of
District of
Cleveland is
Columbia.
that's where
Right. I get you.
what you know what I mean?
No, I get you. I definitely get you. I mean, because places like California, we have a high number of black folks, right? But it's still only 2.83 million, which is only one fourth of the population here. You see what I'm saying? And then black folks are so spread out in California. they're not going to make any kind of true difference, right? So you can go to maybe Florida, Texas. Texas actually probably wouldn't be a good place either. Maybe in certain parts of Texas. Georgia would be all right. District of Columbia, Mississippi, that might be a good place to start. Louisiana, Georgia, Maryland, those kind of places, possibly.
No, I feel it. I feel it. So right here, it says Republicans claimed all 3 statewide offices in Virginia will likely take control of the state's House of Delegates and came close to upsetting Governor Phil Murphy of New Jersey, whose reelection had been presumed safe by officials in both parties. Just as jarring for Democrats were some of the less prominent contests. The powerful New Jersey State Senate President Steve Sweeney was trailing a truck driver who ran a shoestring campaign. A Latino Republican flipped a Democrat seat in South San Antonio. See, a Latino Republican. And Democrats were thrashed in local races across Long Island. The scope of the party's setbacks illustrated that voters were fatigued from the demands of the still continuing coronavirus pandemic and angry about the soaring prices and scarcity of goods they were confronting every day. While Democrats' strength in cities and some large suburbs saved them from even deeper losses, their electoral coalition showed signs of fraying as voters vented their unhappiness with the party in power. Responding to Tuesday's results like an alarm bell in the night, Democrats on the ballot next year said that unless Mr. Biden and other party leaders addressed voters' close to home frustrations, they were certain to lose their congressional majorities. We were willing to take seriously a global pandemic, but we're not willing to say, yeah, inflation is a problem and supply chain is a problem and we don't have enough workers in our workforce, said Representative Abigail Spanberger. Where's that name sound familiar from?
The commercial.
The commercial. A Virginia Democrat facing a bruising reelection. We gloss over that and only like to admit the problems in the spaces we dominate. Isn't it? Now, what does that mean?
Repeat it again.
She says we were so willing to take seriously a global pandemic, but we're not willing to say, yeah, inflation is a problem and supply chain is a problem and we don't have enough workers in our workforce, said Representative Abigail Spanberger, a Virginia Democrat facing a bruising reelection. We gloss over that and only like to admit to problems in spaces we dominate.
I don't know. That's pretty good coded word. What do you think it means?
I think what she's doing here is what she's saying. We're only dealing with things like defund the police. We're only dealing with things like equality and equity, because what she says here is we gloss over these other problems, right? Like these are normal people problems, inflation and supply chain and not enough workers. The assumption is that Black people don't work, right? So then she says we gloss over that and only admit to problems in spaces we dominate. So what spaces do Democrats dominate? They dominate that whole liberal space of defund the police and all of that stuff.
Right. So the thing is I think what she's saying right there is a little bit more of, we gloss over the problems of these white folks only to try to deal with these problems for Black folks that we don't really want to fix.
Exactly. That's exactly what she's saying.
Okay. Then I didn't get it wrong.
Yeah, that's exactly. What do you guys think in the comments? That's what it sounded like to me. She should prove otherwise. If that's not what she's saying, prove it. That's what I got from it. You didn't speak clearly enough. Yeah, So
Yeah, but that's the thing. They don't recognize that it affects us on a day-to-day basis. You see what I'm saying?
right.
And they think that, again, they just assume that we are going to just ride with them regardless on anything. But they feel that they don't have to fix any of our day-to-day issues. They just feel like, well, if we fix white people's day-to-day issues,
That'll take
then
care of
it'll
enough.
trickle down. Yeah, that'll trickle down to them, the ones that matter. You know what I mean? But we really need these white folks to come in. So it seems like she's saying we're glossing over the white people in order to get to the minority vote, but ultimately that minority vote and going after that minority vote is actually hurting us ultimately. So we need to pay more attention to white folks.
Yeah. Which again is interesting that it's her who made that statement, right? Because she's featured in that commercial. And we see exactly what they're doing with that commercial. People that watch the replay of this, y'all need to watch this whole stream all the way through. If it takes a couple days because it's a long, it's a live stream, let it take a couple days. But there's important stuff in here. You know what I mean? Like that commercial
Yeah, listen
is
to
some.
this shit while you at work.
Yeah, listen to this while you at work or listen to this while you driving because you need to see that commercial. Like, in my opinion, simply because the Democrats are doing what that commercial says, that right there is a reason enough for black people to never vote Democrats again.
I don't, the thing is I just think black folks need to start thinking about fucking what they're voting for and
Yeah,
stop worrying
absolutely.
about parties.
Absolutely.
Um, vote for, you know, tangibles. Start
Mm-hmm.
voting for, things that are going to specifically help you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And we don't do that enough. We always want to vote down ballot fucking blue or down ballot red and shit, and not pay attention to the issues. Vote according to issue, not
Right.
according to party.
Right. Yeah, that's what people need to do. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says more pointedly, Spanberger said Mr. Biden must not forget for many voters, his mandate was quite limited to remove former President Donald Trump from their television screens and to make American life ordinary again. Nobody elected him to be FDR. They elected him to be normal and stop the chaos, she said, alluding to the sweeping agenda the president is seeking to enact with the thinnest of legislative majorities. Democrats in Washington on Wednesday appeared no less determined to forge ahead with Biden's signature domestic legislation, major infrastructure bill, and multi-trillion-dollar package of social welfare programs and initiatives to fight climate change. Now that's interesting, right? Because automatically white people assign social welfare to something that black people are getting. Anytime anybody
They
says,
automatically do.
yeah, anytime there's social welfare,
Automatically.
well, that's what those niggers are getting. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, that's
Even
not
though
what it is.
40%, yeah, even though fucking more than 40% of all people that's on welfare is fucking white folks, and not counting the fact that fucking, you know, like something like 9 out of the 10 brokest city, like poor cities in this country are white Republican cities. You know what I mean? Which is very, very, very funny.
Right. Absolutely. Yahweh Health says Democrats are out of touch with white folks and black folks. They are putting American workers out of work, giving illegals money, housing, food stamps with our tax money. Yeah, I mean, that's true.
Right. They're making it almost impossible for us to get any of that kind of help while giving every single opportunity to immigrants automatically. Immigrants come to this country and they're automatically qualified for food stamps. They automatically qualified for WIC. They automatically qualify for these things for a certain amount of years, like automatically. Not only that, but you can actually get food stamps and WIC and stuff, and you don't even have to be a citizen of the country. They're by law, and I know this for a fact in California, the 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 people who give away food stamps and WIC in California aren't even allowed to ask if you're immigrant or a citizen.
Man, that's crazy. They're not allowed
They're
to
not even
ask.
allowed to ask. They can't even ask, "Are you a citizen?"
Wow. Yeah, that's wild, man. That's
Yeah, they can
crazy.
lose their job. They can lose their job for that. You know what I mean?
So I find this interesting. Both moderate and liberal lawmakers say that they feel a new urgency to show voters that they can get big things done. Which voters?
White voters.
Right.
Again, all of this is targeting more white voters. You know what I mean? They are out of touch with black folks and white folks. But here's the thing, what they are actively working on is getting more white voters in order to vote for them. And they automatically believe that they have their block of black folks that's going to vote for them.
Right. And Yahweh Health makes a good point. She says they need to deal with how during Trump presidency everything was America first. Since they've been in office, Americans are placed last. I mean, that's true.
Well, I mean, yeah, that is true, but Trump just said America first a lot.
Right.
He didn't really make America first, though. I mean, his job production, him getting jobs and bringing more jobs to the country didn't do anything. Uh, his job rates and the gains for jobs was low as shit. You know what I mean? And and again, I'm not no Biden guy. You know what I mean? But I just pay attention to this shit. We're talking about the first. We're talking about the first what year that Biden's been in office, and he's actually uh, doubled the amount of jobs in 1 year that Trump was getting
Then he
in
turned
all
around
of
and
his
ruined
years.
it.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. Trump averaged about 200,000 to 250,000 jobs per quarter or per per month, per quarter, per year. It was average 250,000 jobs. You know what I mean? Average. So sometimes it was a little bit closer to 300,000. Sometimes could have got as low as 215,000 jobs. Okay, per month. Okay, uh, Biden is averaging something like 400,000 to 500,000 new jobs every single month. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And
But
so
what kind of
that's
jobs are they?
literally, and again, they're probably not as good, but here's the thing. What's making the jobs actually better is that, a lot of people are choosing not to go to work.
Right. Yeah, there's that.
Be-
I had planned on actually doing a
the-
stream about that, and I haven't even got a chance to. But yeah, that's happening.
Right. And that's forcing a lot of companies to actually rethink how much they're going to pay people because, again, let's just put it in perspective a little bit. In Sweden, right? I believe it's Sweden and Denmark, some shit like that, right? McDonald's workers get paid something like 23 to $25 an hour. They get 2 weeks vacation every single year, paid vacation every single year. They get paid um uh baby, like when the woman's about to have a child,
Yeah, the
they
paid
pay
maternity
both
leave.
they get paid maternity leave, but also the males also get paid maternity leave.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and their food costs about 35 to 50 cent more than it costs us here. So over there, you'll pay between 25 cents to $1 more for their Big Mac meal than we pay over here. You see what I'm saying? And people
Mm-hmm.
are noticing that.
Oh
And
yeah,
so,
absolutely.
that's why you got a lot of jobs that are actually going up to 17, $18 an hour per hour. For the low states, you're going up to 15, $16 an hour. You know what I mean? Can we compare the economy and job market versus the administration during the time? Uh, No, yeah, and what I'm doing is I am talking about the first few years of Donald Trump. I'm not talking about the last few years of Donald Trump. So we can, for the first couple years, if you want to say, halfway through year 3 and all of year 4, um, yeah, that we can probably that'd be a little bit more questionable. But I'm going when he first got in and his first year compared to when Biden first got in and his first year. You see what I'm saying? And so that's what we're going off of. And so we can do that one-to-one comparative. Um, you know, like you have to kind of look at that. Now, is there and the thing is we have to kind of pay attention to that. Now, can we have to actually talk about, how much money Biden has spent this year and put on our deficit, right? And so that kind of goes on to that. So when you put that on top of it, you can cut those jobs by about 100,000. But that's even if you cut it by about 100,000 because the because of unemployment, prices and all the money that's been given out. Um, Biden is still technically leading that. You know what I mean? Like even if you put everything into account, Biden's still leading by about 100,000 jobs. You know what I mean? And again, I'm not saying Biden's doing a better job by no stretch of the imagination because um but I'm saying that jobs were willing to come back to America and more people were willing to, you know, like start hiring more people when Biden came back. Now, is that because they didn't trust Trump? Is that because, people were trying to get back to business? I don't know. We can see. I think probably year 2 and year 3 will have a better picture of it. But for right now, we just kind of have to go on a one-to-one comparison and we have to kind of look on how much spending we're doing. So that's all we can go on right now on that one. But come year 2 and year 3, we'll have a better idea of if this stays the way it is. You know what I
Right.
mean? So I will acknowledge that it's a little early. I will acknowledge that it's a little early to be doing that, but we're only about a year and a half into his administration. So
Right. Right. Yeah, no doubt. So now here it says, but Democrat officials also conceded that voters seem to have penalized the party for devoting months to opaque negotiations on Capitol Hill over legislation that they have spent little time explaining to public. Many progressive Democrats believe that the only way the party can appeal to voters next year is to deliver them a range of accomplishments aimed at improving their quality of life. Now, my thing is, right, this is kind of important, right? Because if Black people wanted to, what Black people could kind of do is figure out a way to phrase things that we think would be beneficial to us and put the pressure on Democrats to give us those objectives. Now, they're putting it out here saying, right, many progressive Democrats believe that the only way the party can appeal to voters next year is to deliver them a range of accomplishments aimed at improving their quality of life. So since
right.
that's what their goal is, if we can phrase Black agenda things in a way where we make it clear that these things improve the quality of our life, if they don't deliver before the elections, they don't get votes.
Yeah, but again, they are preaching to white Democrats
Oh,
there
I know.
and to
But
white
but
centrists.
I know, but we can't just not do it because my thing is we don't have anything in place. So once we do it, and because we already know that they're not going to do anything that we ask them to, but now we have it on the record. We had our shit together. We asked for these things. Y'all said no. So now we're going to move to this step of the plan, and the next
No,
step
and
of the,
absolutely,
you know
no,
what I mean?
absolutely, I agree because I told you so. So I think we was talking about Mo Facts last week, right? And he said we don't have any power right now. No, but we do have power right now. This is what I was talking about, what you just said. If
Yeah.
we come right now and say, no, look, we want to, here's our list, and we give them a super long ass list of, 200 to 300 things, but only expect a quarter of them or half of them, a quarter to a half of those things being done, and he is able to, actually provide those, quarter to a half, then we've won and we've gained something off it. The problem is I don't know exactly what that black agenda would actually look like, and that's what we're talking about.
Right. And that's why it's so important, in my opinion. That's one of the major things that we have to do. I don't think that anything matters until we get a unified black political agenda. Now, there's some people out there who say, black people don't need to deal with politics. I don't understand how that. I don't understand what does anybody plan on doing if they don't plan on dealing with politics? Are we going to January 6th the Capitol building? If we don't deal with
No,
politics, what are we going to do? I don't see a January 6th going real well for us.
no,
So
January 6th, a whole bunch of niggas would be shot and killed.
exactly. So for those people who say, well, we can't deal with politics, what is your viable alternative? Because that's what you see all the time. You always say, like, when people say, okay, we need to nail this down to specifics. Oh, well, we can't be dealing with white people politics. Okay, what do you plan on doing then? And then if you say we can't deal with white people politics, then what you're looking at is you're looking at other groups in America who can. So now we're basically supporting the things that they say about us as we can't deal with other people. It's really stupid shit. So we need to figure out what the agenda is. And
The
we need to
agenda is more is getting more jobs in the black community specifically with higher wages, more manufacturing jobs that are located in more black centered uh, areas. We need things like what are those schools for specific areas of jobs?
vocational schools, trade schools, community
Yeah,
colleges.
yeah, trade schools and vocational schools. Those need to start coming back to fuck up in primarily black communities. Um, what I mean, easier access to education, more money for education, especially in the K through 12 grades. You know what I mean? You know, those could be that could be a starting point. You know what I mean? But things have to be labeled in a black community because people can still drive to a black community to get a job. You see what I'm saying? So if you put, you know, like I don't know, an Amazon or some shit in a right outside the black community, right outside, like literally on the gates of it, where it's not hard for black folks to get there, that's going to get more jobs. You know what I mean? If you put more manufacturing, more vocational schools, you know what I mean? Easy enrollment into those schools. That's people that's going to be able to contribute, not only contribute, but start entrepreneurial jobs. And then that means we're going to have more people that are going to be in actual trades that actually pay pretty well. So, I mean, you need to do those things at a very minimum. At a very minimum.
Right. So I got another question for you. Do you think that it's necessary for us to get those things through politics, or are those things that we can initiate doing ourselves without a political agenda standing in the way?
Now you're gonna need a little bit of politics to work that out because you need the permits, you need the grants, you need the loans, you need all that stuff. Then you need to be able to pay the teachers in order to teach, especially when we're talking about vocational schools and trade schools. You need to have the people that are in the place that can teach you guys that shit, right? You know what I mean? And so when we're talking about that, those things are going to take a little bit of funding. Therefore, it's political. It's not a only you can do it type shit. You know what I mean? There's a lot of black folks out here that's sitting out here talking about I'm going to teach you this and I'm going to teach you that, But how many of those things that they're teaching you is actually helping you put more money in your pocket?
Right.
More financial backing for fucking black owned banks. You know what I mean? More, that kind of shit. You know what I mean? Specifically black though. It has to be specifically for black folks. You
Here's
can
my
have
question.
white folks come into them.
What
But that's it.
incentive does white politics have to invest in black areas other than to gentrify them for white businesses? What how could politicians ever be convinced that that would somehow be beneficial?
Voting block number one, that's the key component right there. Okay, because you're telling them get this in before you fucking go to run. You make this happen, we'll get behind you, but we're gonna have a whole nother list.
Right.
You know what I mean? So the voting block is the biggest incentive. That's number one. But what other incentives does it bring?
Mm-hmm.
More capital more capital, more money coming in, and that turns a higher GDP. That makes stocks go higher. That makes living and real estate go higher. Um, you know, those things help. You know what I mean?
Right.
That all of those things work together. So you have to kind of start at the ground level and then work it all up. But that's what's going to get you votes. If you say, hey, you find a company that's, maybe black owned or, that pays decently pretty well, right? Say, all right, hire more black folks. You know what I mean? Specifically black folks. You can get affirmative action that's specifically for black folks when it comes to jobs, not school, but jobs. You know what I mean? Hey, hire more black folks, literal black folks, like foundational black folks. Hire them. We'll give you a small little tax break. I don't know. Fucking, you can do whatever the fuck you want. Now, do I think that's gonna help? Is that gonna work? No, because affirmative action didn't work before. So, but you can do something along those lines. You know what I
Right.
mean? And that could possibly spur, a push to get those votes that they're so desperately needing.
What about middle class and affluent black people reinvesting into black majority areas that would constitute the vote, the block? Because my question is, the people in those quote block areas, what's the probability that they're capable of making the appropriate political votes?
Well, here's the problem. Black folks in middle class and upper, higher class, the upper higher class areas, the problem with them is that they are not owning businesses. That's the biggest problem. Black folks make up what 1.8% of Fortune 500 CEOs. Then when we're talking about businesses that have more than 50 employees or more than 100 employees that's making a good profit, it raises to maybe about 3 to 5%, but it's not very much higher than that. You know what I mean? So you're not really going to find too many black businesses that are fucking doing that well. That's the problem.
Right. So how do we fix that problem? Because in my opinion, if we're able to fix that problem, then we can get into that position where politics would be a secondary option. And I think that if we can get into that position where politics is a secondary option, that's where we need to be. I think that's where a lot of minorities are right now. Like when it comes to Asians, politics is a secondary option. They just vote for whatever it is. If somebody has something on a ticket that is relevant to their interest, and they'll vote for it. Same thing with Latinos. I think that right there, that's the strategy that we need to try to take. You know what I'm saying?
So what do you
My
mean?
opinion.
So what do you mean? So are you talking about like incentivizing black folks to be more entrepreneurial and
Yeah.
hiring more jobs? So
See,
maybe
like
give
I told
them
Bronze to
tax
God,
breaks.
I told Bronze to God about like my plan that I have, right? Like eventually, you know what I'm saying? Like with my YouTube, you know what I'm saying? Like hopefully I can make some extra money, you know what I'm saying, with ad revenue and stuff like that, right? What I plan on doing is I work in the hood. You know what I'm saying? And I work in the hood in the city that I live in. You know what I'm saying? So what I want to do is like I want to buy my job. You know what I'm saying? Once I buy my job, I want to try to remodel it, clean it up. You know what I'm saying? Add some incentives for the people that work there that have been working there for a minute. And I want to try to start an employee ownership program. You know what I'm saying? So they could take out like, a couple $100s or whatever, or $50 a paycheck or something, and buy back into the business. You know what I'm saying? Once I get that kind of investment back into that business and that business is profitable, then I want to invest in another business, like in the immediate, vicinity. You know what I'm saying? There's a place across the street that I'm looking at that I would like to invest in, you know what I'm saying? So then I'll be able to do that. So that right there, like in the city where I live at, that would be good. But like that's still small though. Like that's only 2 businesses in that city. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So like, but it would provide something though. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
It would
No, I
provide
get you.
something. And I think that if more people had that mind state and more people was trying to invest like back into the hood in order to be able to invest in those people in the hood, I think that once we build like that, the necessity to depend on politics is not as much there because we're in control more of generating our own revenue and controlling our own economies more. You see what I'm saying?
No, absolutely. And we should post Yahweh's comment because I think that's a good question that maybe we should answer. But no, I get it. The problem that we face is that business loans are not getting to black folks.
Right.
And so when we're talking about co-op and we're talking about that kind of shit, we have to be able to get the money. And again, black folks is at the bottom of the totem pole. So how are you going to get the money? Right. And this is the biggest problem that we're talking about. If you're saying, okay, I'm going to get this money and then I'm going to start this and then we can start. Okay, cool. Are you going to get the loan? Where are you going to get that loan? Again,
Right.
we need more black owned banks in order to get the loans. You know what I
Right. And
mean?
see
So
me, like with my calculations, I'm not counting on getting a loan. You see what I'm saying? Like I like my the place where I work at should not be commercially expensive. You know what I'm saying? That should be some shit that, as long as, if I'm able to save up the amount of money that I need, and if I'm able to make a little bit of ancillary income from YouTube, that's something that I should be able to pay cash for that. You know what I'm saying? Because
right. No, absolutely.
I understand the perils with, trying to achieve a loan. And I know that that's probably going to be difficult. So I never look in terms of a loan within the budget. If I try to do a business venture, it's going to be with cash. And if I happen to qualify for a loan, that's just bonus money. You see what I'm saying? That just helps me get to
Right. No, I get
profitability
that.
faster. You know what I mean?
I get that. No, I get that. Absolutely. So what do you think about the question she posed?
Blacklight and Izzy, are you familiar with the Contract for Black America, Ice Cube's agenda? It appears comprehensive. What are your thoughts on it and those items as agenda? I think that the Contract for Black America is a good, like, kind of umbrella policy. I think when it comes to dealing with certain localities, it would probably need to be tweaked. I also think that the contract with Black America, it should be something like the Constitution, because they look at the Constitution like a living document, which means that it can change. That's how we got the amendments that gave us initially and everybody else later civil rights. I think that it should be fluid, you know what I mean, where it can be updated if needs and objective change. But I think it's a good starting place. I think Dr. Claude Anderson actually helped Ice Cube draft that up. One problem with it, like that's in the immediate future, is that if you try to find it on the internet for whatever reason, it's not there. But I do know that it might not be there because he just updated it to add initiatives for Black women, because when he went on Fox Soul, they didn't receive his efforts too well, so he adjusted it to compensate for that. But yeah, I don't, I don't have a problem with the contract for Black America. I mean, it's a start as far as I'm concerned.
I'm a little bit more leery of it, to be completely honest, but I do think I am in agreement with you that it is a good start.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, and I get you
Okay.
being leery of it. I don't blame you one bit. You know what I'm saying? We should be leery of everything.
Right. It's a good start. I think there could be a lot more things that could be added with it. And I actually kind of agree with Mr. Fact. I think MC Fact, because he said blacks need grant money, not loans for investment. I think that needs to be a part of that contract. You know what I mean? To get, open up grants specifically for black folks. You know what I mean? And so like I said, that contract with Black America is a good contract for starters. But I think within the next 4 years, it should be more comprehensive. It should be longer, more comprehensive, and I think it should have a lot more in it, a lot more demands. Like, I think that we're cutting ourselves too short when we make these small lists, because they look at the list and they say, okay, what are the things that we can do, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what are the things that, well, we could do, we just don't want to do, and then what are the things that we can't do, right? And so they're going to give you the easiest parts of that list. So
Right.
therefore, if you make a longer list, a longer laundry line of lists, I think what you ultimately get is you ultimately get more things.
Right.
So it's a good place to start, but I think it needs to be more comprehensive, and I think it needs to be definitely longer.
Yeah, no, I feel that. And it never hurts to ask for more. So I would never be like, no, that's ridiculous. No, absolutely ask for more. If you ask for more,
Yeah.
you'll get more. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you ask for one thing and they say, no, you can't have that one thing, now you get 0 things. If you ask for 2 and they say you can get 1, ask for 1. Me personally, is you need to always be getting yourself into position where we're not asking anymore. We're either demanding or taking. Asking is the bad position to be in. Like, this is a bad position to be in, that we even have to deal with this.
Asking is begging.
Yeah, this is bad. Like, I just want people to understand that, like, this is not the norm. Like, asking for loans and asking for, this contract and all that stuff, like, this is cool because it's the situation that we're in, but this is not the norm. You know what I'm saying? Like, we shouldn't be at this position. Like, people need to understand that this is a bad position for human beings to be in. You know what I mean?
Right. Right. It's lacking in some areas. Part of it talks. Part of it talks a giving money to Native and Black media. Izzy is right. It needs to be more. Yeah. It really does. It needs to be a little bit more comprehensive. And um, I think Black folks need to stop caping for other groups. I'm sorry.
Absolutely.
If
No other groups do
if
that.
it's not right, no other group does that. So the thing is if you're talking Black natives, okay, cool. But if you talking all natives, no, I'm not with that at all.
Right. And the thing is
You know what I
that
mean?
I get what you're saying, MC Facts, but it's not a business negotiation. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-mm.
I'm not trying to be funny, but there's no obligation that the United States government has to do shit for us. The United States government has literally shitted on every country in the planet. And I'm going to tell you something. Every place in the world is stronger than us. All these countries that the United States shitted on, they have nuclear weapons. They have a military. We don't have anything. Like, this is what we need to understand. Like, we're not in a position to say it's a debt owed. Okay, well, where's our repo man? You see, if the United States owed China some money, they have a repo man. It's called a hypersonic missile. Russia has a repo man. It's called a Moab 2, or it's called a Satan 2. We don't have a repo man. We have a mouth, and all we do is whine with it. And because all we do is whine with it, somebody can just stick something in it and say, shut up. And that's what happens every single time. So it doesn't matter because the United States owes everyone debts. We know that the United States is dirty. So you have to ask yourself the question, what's wrong with us mentally asking the people that we know who play dirty to play fair in this case and give us what we think that we need? They're not going to. It doesn't matter.
Told
Like
black
we could
folks this. I
go ahead, bro.
told
My
black
bad.
folks this many times before. We need to start acting more like white folks when it comes to the way we do business and the way that we think about things and the way we need to become the people who are trying to defeat. Again, go read The Art of War. You know what I mean? You have to know who you're going against. You know what I mean? So if you're not willing to do that, and it's not about selling out, you don't have to sell out and be white. You have to act like them. You got to deal with them like they deal with each other. You have to. And I don't know if black folks is ready to do that shit.
Right. And see, here goes the thing. And like, I feel what you're saying, Bron. Should we start dealing with other countries? My answer would be yes. But the only problem is that the United States would stop that. They would stop us from doing it.
Immediately.
Look at what they're doing already. They look at what they do with LeBron James in the NBA and China and all of that. Now, if it was an actual direct deal, they would stop it off the rip. Yeah, man. What's up, Bad Seeds? What's good with you, bro? I wouldn't care about dealing with other countries. I'd deal with Russia and China with open arms. I'd deal with African countries with open arms. But they'd stop it immediately.
Countries, yeah, you have to deal with countries that, you know, because they try to put regulations on all that shit.
They'd make us deal with the UK and France and shit like that. I don't want to deal with those countries. You know what I mean?
Right.
I'll deal with Venezuela or some shit like that, Mexico or some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Ghana. You know what I'm saying? Nigeria, Cuba. I deal with countries that specifically have issues with the United States on purpose. You know what I'm saying? But they'd cut that off. Oh, it's a national security risk. That's what they do. We wouldn't be able to do it. They'd stop it. You know what I'm saying? And then they'd run the smear campaign. You know, these people are dealing with, you know, these violent terrorists, these communist groups. You know, you already know where they will go with it. So.
Yep.
So now here it says many progressive Democrats believe that the only way that the party can appeal to voters next year is to deliver them a range of accomplishments aimed at improving their quality of life. Passing the fullest version of the president's social welfare and climate legislation, they say, is crucial to motivating voters in the midterms. And again, I think that they're off base on this. I think that they're insane. I don't think anybody really gives a shit about climate except for in the government. And the reason why the government gives so much of a shit about climate is because all of those people are invested in businesses that are invested in, you know, green manufacturing and different things like that. You know what I mean? So they want the benefits and the kickbacks from that stuff. You know what I'm saying? I don't think there's anything really like pressing about any of this shit. So now
here's the thing. Before Donald Trump went into office, we were the second country. We were second when it came to, you know, natural power, right? So we were actually on a really going in a good direction. And then Donald Trump came in, he wanted to bring back coal and all that shit. So I actually think that natural energy is a good future for black folks to get in, actually.
Yeah, I agree.
You know what I mean?
I actually did a video about that, like storable energy and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that's a good place. But you got to ask yourself though, like, hey, what's up, Hop? You got to ask yourself though, how do you get people to listen? Remember, like we talked about this, like in 2017, I was going around telling everybody, I talked to Bronze to God about this too. In 2017, I was going around telling every single black person, buy cryptocurrency. Only like maybe 3 or 4 people listen and shit. But you know who did listen?
Yeah, white folks.
White folks.
But here's the thing, though. They did ultimately start listening because right now we make up a very large proportion of people that's dealing in crypto. I
You know,
think, and
but here goes
honestly,
my
that's going
thing
to
though.
be our savior right there.
Here goes my. Hold on, real quick. You know what? I'm gonna pull something up real quick. Hold on, real quick. Go ahead, bro. Keep talking. I'm gonna grab something and pull it up real quick.
That might be one of the things that helps black folks actually get out of the position that we're in is crypto markets and understanding crypto. Hopefully he's pulling up the article that I sent him because
Oh nah, I wasn't pulling up that one, but I can though. I was gonna pull up. I'm
oh,
pulling up this one real quick.
okay.
Hold on,
Pull it
real
up.
quick. All right. So if you invested $1,000 in Ethereum Classic after its breakup with Ethereum, how much would you have right now? Right? If you invested $1,000 in Ethereum Classic after it broke up with Ethereum, here's how much you would have now. All right. Now, I want y'all to guess. I need some participation in this. How much do you think you would have? How much you think you would have by now, bro?
$1,000? I think in the six digits, six figure, 6 or 7 figures.
Yep. Now here goes my thing, right? And Yahweh Health, I feel you. They need to pay money for centuries of sabotage. We shouldn't have to do anything else. The we shouldn't have to do anything else part, I don't agree with. We should actually have to do things. We should have to wage direct war with them, like war in the streets, in my opinion. But nobody's going to do that. So I think that we should be waging hand-to-hand combat currently until we get what we want. But nobody's going to do that.
Well, I've been saying that for a long time. The reason why we're picked on so much in America is because we allowed
Just we
ourselves to
allow
be
it.
picked on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've been saying that shit for a long time, and I've been catching hell for it because, you know, whenever I say that shit, white folks be like, "Oh, you want to talk violence?" Well,
No, that's not.
violence is the only language that white folks know.
Well, it's not even that. It's just logical progression. You see what I'm saying? Like they're at war with us here in the United States. We expect civility in war times. That's never happened anywhere. You know what I'm saying? Like that's never happened anywhere.
But the thing is what I'm saying is it is just that though, because again, if you pay attention to this country, how did it start?
Exactly.
How did it progress?
Exactly.
Violence is look, go read the Iceman Inheritance. Violence is the love language for white folks.
Well, and my thing is that it doesn't even matter. I don't care about that. Like, I don't care. I don't even care. Like, it don't even have to be like white people. It's just common sense. If somebody stole from you, you either get your shit back or you just gonna be without and you go buy some new shit because you're too much of a bitch to take it back. And I think that right there is what hits the nerve of people. If I stole some shit from somebody in my hood, they would track me down and get that shit back. They would either whoop my ass and take it, you know what I'm saying, jump me or whatever. But whatever it would be, they would get their shit back. We sit there and don't get our shit back and then expect the people that stole it from us to be like, well, we'll deal with you. Why? Who's gonna deal with anybody that displays on a daily basis that they're weaker than them? Who's gonna do that? I'll tell you, if a little midget that was 97 pounds soaking wet came up to me and said, well, I'm gonna negotiate, I'll let you keep your car and maybe not kick your ass. I'm gonna look at this little midget like, you're insane. What are you talking about? I'm gonna blow you over. And that's what they look at us like. They're gonna blow us over. So as long as we keep behaving like this, we're gonna keep getting results like this.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Shit.
And like people get upset because that hits it's easy to talk tough. Well, let's act tough. Fuck talking tough. Like, fuck all of that shit. Like, fuck the whole, you know what I'm saying? Like, they owe us shit. Like, like that shit to me It's past tense. Even if you owe a credit card company, money, first they having the bill collectors call you all the damn time, and after the bill collectors don't get you, they sending you subpoenas to go to court.
I'll believe black folks is ready to do something when fucking George Zimmerman is no longer walking this earth.
Right.
I'm sorry. If we're not even willing to take out George Zimmerman or that police officer who took out Tamir Rice, we not ready to do nothing.
Nope. Because trust and believe. When we just did a video where we was talking about how the black police officers are punished when they don't handle a white suspect with care. You don't get to make demands when you're on the bottom. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry. Like, I know that shit hurts, but like that's what it is. We are on the bottom. And I'm going to tell everybody something. If people don't know anything about negotiations, the bottom is not where you negotiate from. You negotiate from the top. When you're on the bottom, you get dictated to.
Right. When you negotiate from a position of power. You know what I mean?
Right.
Not from a position of weakness.
Right. No, I feel it. Yahweh. I think that it's just like we need to like hammer that home, because I think people's mentalities, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think people understand like the severity of the situation that we're in. You know what I mean? So Yahweh says, correct, Black Light. I agree 100%. The second part was focused on us asking them for help or demanding help. Give us what we are owed without voting. Right. That would be if we were dealing with ethical and civilized people, but we're not.
Right.
You know what I mean? We're not.
Yeah.
What's up, Harold? What's good with you, bro? I don't know why that would hurt. It should be known. Well, you know. You know why. You know what I'm saying? You know why.
Read Iceman Inheritance. You'll know why.
Right. Right. So now, what's you guys' guesses? If you had invested $1,000 in Ethereum Classic after its breakup with Ethereum, which this Ethereum Classic, I think the Ethereum hard fork for Ethereum Classic was like maybe a year ago, maybe 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
How much would you have today? Because when Ethereum Classic first came out, it was only $5 a coin. It was only $5 a token.
Yeah, 6 or 7 figures.
That's a whack ass guess. 6 or 7 figures. Nigga, give me a dollar amount.
Look, man, 6 figures, 6 or 7 figures. Man.
All right, Kevin Samuels. You know what I'm saying? Hold on real quick.
Look here, Negro.
Nigga, look. Look
here, nigga.
Look at this. Look at this right here. Today, your Ethereum investment would be worth $378,000, $196.08.
Look, 6 figures. I was right.
Yeah. This translates to a gain of 30. Look, this is how much you had gained 37,719% in a year. Look at that. Y'all see that? That's just lost opportunities. You know what I'm saying? Look at this. You would have received 78.43 Ethereum as Ethereum Classic, as Ethereum Classic was trading at $12.75. Today, your Ethereum investment would be worth $378,196. Ethereum traded 2% higher over 24 hours at 4,822. This translates to a gain of. Go ahead, bro.
No, and here's the thing. I actually wanted to invest a whole bunch into Ethereum. The problem is the markets that I was on wasn't wasn't even selling that shit.
Selling Ethereum? You can get that shit right on
Classic.
Coinbase. Well, if you had Ethereum, what would have happened was if you had like 7 Ethereum tokens, you would have got 3 Ethereum Classic tokens. You know what I'm saying? Is there still room to do that with other tokens? Oh yeah, bro. I would get Ethereum Classic. I wouldn't get it right now because it just had a big spike, but I would get Ethereum Classic. Ethereum Classic started out at like $5 a token. You know what I'm saying? And it's up to 50 now. You know what I mean? And it's only gonna get higher. That shit gonna be like Bitcoin Cash. It's gonna be like the next Bitcoin Cash for real. And then there's another one
Ethereum's
called
a good one.
Yeah, any Ethereum shit is good. Like, you know what I'm saying? Bitcoin is good, but like in my opinion, eventually Ethereum is gonna overtake Bitcoin. You know what I'm saying? Like Bitcoin is good, but in my opinion, like as far as like utilization and like things that you can use it for and like just innovation and shit like that, Ethereum is killing the game. Like Ethereum is the cutting edge cryptocurrency. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Look at
right
that shit.
now
Look at Bitcoin, $68,000, bro. When I was telling motherfuckers to buy Bitcoin, that shit was $9,000.
Yeah, I was telling people to buy Bitcoin a long time too. I think it was at 6 or 7,000.
Yep.
So they were doing pretty well.
Yep. Look at it
And
now.
everybody was like, "Oh, it's too much. It's too much. It's too much."
And it's like you don't
You know
have
what
to
I mean?
buy a whole damn Bitcoin. Like, how many times can you tell people the same shit? You don't need to buy a whole Bitcoin.
Right.
All you got to do is just go on Coinbase, you know what I'm saying, and just put a couple dollars in every week. Oh, no, I don't know about that shit. Oh, it's the mark of the beast. Oh, no, the mark of the beast is the racial wealth gap. That's what the mark of the beast is if you want to go there. And this shit could have actually, you know, like I think if a lot of black people had invested in this, it would have been higher. And I think it could have actually done some shit like to significantly put a dent in the racial wealth gap. But, you know.
Well, I mean, I'm dealing in a whole bunch of small coins right now. I'm dealing with, some bigger coins, you know. I got a little bit of Ethereum, I got a little bit of fucking Bit, you know what I mean? But I also got, Doge, I got Shiba, I got ETN, I got Dojalon, I got Raven. I got a whole bunch of different coins. You know what I mean? And all I really need is one coin to hit the right mark.
Right.
You know what I mean?
No, I feel that.
If Shiba hits a certain amount, I believe it's something like half a cent, I'll be a millionaire. You know what I mean? If
Right.
half of 1 cent, not even a full cent. I just needed to hit half a cent. You know what I mean? If the Elon coin, the Dojalon coin hits, like I think it's less than half a cent. I don't even need it to get to a full half a cent. I'll be a millionaire.
Right.
You know what I mean?
No, I feel
I
that.
just need it. I just need that one to hit, like what is it? 1, 2, 3 zeros and then the number. You know what I mean? That's it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Once it hits that, I got a few $100,000. You know what I
Right.
mean? So, there's a few of them that that I just see that, okay, I think you can get to this point in a couple of years. So I'll be good, you know.
Right.
He said, okay, so should a person drop 500 to 1,000 right now on Ethereum? Is it legal?
I wouldn't do that. No. Don't.
I don't know.
I wouldn't do that.
What would you drop $1,000 on right now if you if you had a choice?
If I was gonna drop money on a cryptocurrency right now, what I would do is I would look at a coin that has a high APY for staking. I would find the lowest priced coin that has the highest APY for staking, and that's what I would do. So if you had $5,000 to $1,000, what I would do is I would get I'm Token coin and stake it into I'm Tokalon at a 78% APY. That's what I would do, because you're not going to make any money buying a cryptocurrency that's a medium range to large range cryptocurrency right now while the market is volatile. But if you can get a fixed APY would make more sense at a lower cost, because even if it goes up or down, you're not going to lose much money because that APY is going to compensate for it. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, I feel you. Me personally, what's Ethereum Classic at right now?
I think it's like maybe like $60 Ethereum Classic.
$60.
Yeah.
It's still not bad though.
No, that's not
You know what I
bad.
mean?
I would get it, but I mean,
Like,
I could see it going back down to like 45 or 50.
right? No, I get you. Because I think Litecoin, out of the three, popular coins, I think Litecoin is probably gonna be. It's I think Ethereum, Litecoin, and Bit are the best three.
Litecoin is
Um,
always pretty decent. I mean, like you can always get
right,
some decent gains with Litecoin. It's still small enough where it goes up and down, kind of, where you can catch those dips and make some decent money on it. You know what I
right.
mean?
And I like Polkadot too. Polkadot is a mid-range coin. I think Polkadot has a lot of up value, but that's like a a year or two investment minimum that you know you're gonna have to just be patient on. Um, those two are all right. They're not totally bad. If you're trying to get something at the very beginning and you're trying to like gain, I would go with the Tokalon, like you said. But I would also probably hit up, I don't know, ADA or Shiba or I actually think Doge is going to hit $1 at some point. It's just a matter of being patient. And then once it hits $1, I'll probably get the fuck out of that shit you know, and put it in something else,
Right.
you know.
No, I feel you. All right, so MC Fact, there's a coin. It's called I'm Token. So you spell it I'm Token. And what you do is you want to get those, and then what you do is you do a process called staking. And you have to do that process called staking in the I'm Token wallet. All right. So once you do that, while you're staking that coin, you will receive Tokalon coins. Yeah, that's it. I'm Token, just like that. Yep. You will receive Tokalon coins at a rate of 79%. I think in the API, the APY might have changed. It might be more or less than that, but it's still a high percentage. You know what I'm saying? I came in earlier. I placed my vote. I was the first to hit the like button. Hey, what's going on? My life, reality, a spiritual journey, life cast. What's good with you? Appreciate that. What do you think
So,
about the
so
SHIB coin? Well, that's a coin that you
Shiba,
invest in,
that's
isn't it?
Shiba.
The Shiba.
Yeah, I invest in Shiba. I got about 50 million fucking Shiba right now. Um, I got them at a good price, so I'm actually still winning right now. A lot of people are kind of scared because it's dropping, but I'm not worried about Shiba. I think Shiba is actually going to do some. I don't think it's going to get quite to a cent. So I think personally, if you want to see anything, you're going to have to jump in pretty soon. You're going to have to kind of watch it. If it drops down to four, where it's like one, two, three, four, I think something right now, 4 zeros and then a five. If it drops down to four or, 4, 5 or lower, I think you should just buy that shit the fuck up personally. Because it's going to go up and it's going to go up and it's going to have 0.000 and then a number. And just getting to that point after investing in Shiba is going to actually make you a healthy return. The reason why is you're getting a lot more coins, and so when even just a tenth going up, tenth, that's going to just make you a lot of money. So I like Shiba. I like Woo. These are cheaper coins. Like, if you want to know, like these are the cheaper coins that I like. I like Shiba. I like Woo. I like Dojalon. Um, those are the three main ones that I'm actually investing in right now. The next level, where you're talking about between, 1 penny to about $5 a coin. I like ADA, Stellar, which is Stellar is ADA. I like Raven, Stellar. I like V Chain. I like uh, Woo. Woo is a good one. It's at $1.43 a coin. I don't mind that one. And then I like XLM. Those are
XLM, that's
good.
Stellar Lumen, right?
Uh,
XLM. That's XLM, Stellar Lumen, right?
what the fuck? And then if you're going higher, then you're kind of your voice is like you sound like a fucking monster.
Can you guys
I'm just like,
can you guys
see,
hear
there
me?
it is again.
Can you
You're
guys hear me clearly or no? Let me know.
Is that just me? Or are you guys hearing that same shit? And then the medium. Okay, all right, cool. They're hearing it too. Just letting you know your mic is kind of distorted a little bit. And then if we're going into the medium range cryptos, like I said, I like Polkadot, I like Litecoin.
They said I'm clear,
I
bro. It
like
might be your reception.
you're still there. What else do I like? All of these I actually invest in. I like Link. They're pretty good. They've been making progress for a while. I like Link, Atom.
Can you
Uh,
hear
you
me?
know, those are pretty good too. So
They said, look, they said in the chat that they can hear me. Okay, so it might be your reception.
no, you're. I don't know. What about Rob? Is Rob sounding regular or what? Who sounds regular? Clear on my end. Then it might just be me.
Yeah, I
I
think
might need to fucking jump out and then jump back in.
yeah, jump out and come back in.
All right, let me jump out. Let me jump out and jump back in. It might just be me.
All right.
I'll be right back, bro.
All right, I'll be here. So you guys can hear me okay? Streamlabs be on some other shit. That's why I've been using Melon. So it says you both sound good. So that's interesting. Yeah, but MC. All right, hold on real quick. Here go Izzy again. All right, say something, bro. Hello. Up, lost him again. So yeah, MC Facts, you asked about a financial channel. I actually made a cryptocurrency channel because I got a playlist on my videos called Tales from the Cryptocurrency, but I haven't put any content on there yet. Hold on real quick. Here goes again. All right, what's up, bro? Can you hear?
All right, what's up?
All
Yeah,
right, yeah, that's good. All right, that's what's up. That's what's good. Yeah, so they were saying both of us was clear. It must have been like some shit, some communication shit between our two mics.
Yeah, I think it was more of my shit.
Oh, okay. All right.
So
What'd you think about your boy Don Lemon? Megan Kelly beat him up.
I don't even know what the fuck that shit was about. What did he say she did?
I don't know. Let's look real quick. So here it says the complaint accused Kelly of allowing listeners to be fed a lopsided and inaccurate story about what occurred between Heist and Lemon. Oh, so he's mad.
Oh, this is the
She must
sexual
have
assault situation.
she must have clowned his ass about what happened with him and Dustin Heist. Megan Kelly
Right.
has been put on legal notice by Don Lemon after the conservative talk show host. Oh, she invited Dustin Heist.
Yeah.
To the talk show.
Because he offered the Heist dude $500,000 to stop the whole situation.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he offered him $500,000, bro.
He should have not grabbed his balls then.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, this is the reason why, you know. Look, just because you gay doesn't mean you can fucking be sexually aggressive with motherfuckers. It's still sexual assault, bro.
Yeah, man. Don Lemon is all outraged about Dave Chappelle's homophobia, but he ain't even talking about his own homophobia towards Dustin Heiss.
Well, I don't. Is it homophobia or is it his sexual fucking assault ways that he has a problem with?
I think it's both. It could be both.
I mean, at the end of the day, that motherfucker shouldn't be fucking trying to, put his nut sweat on anybody's fucking nose, bro.
Right.
Like, keep your sweat to yourself, motherfucker.
Keep that shit
like,
to yourself. Yeah, keep that shit to yourself.
Yeah, if you guys don't know what Don Lemon did, what did he do? He fucking had the dude, he put his hand on the dude's, or he put the dude's hand on his dick or some shit like that.
Some weird ass shit like that.
And,
you know what I'm saying?
And then he like reached his hand on his nuts and then fucking put it up to his fucking nose or his face or some shit. Was like, yeah, you want this shit or some shit. Weirdo fucking shit.
Look, so it says you permitted Mr. Heiss's statements to go unchallenged during your broadcast. Clearly out of a vendetta you have against Mr. Lemon, read a letter from Lemon's attorney, Caroline Pelosi, obtained by Radar Online. The complaint also accused Kelly of allowing listeners to be fed a lopsided and inaccurate story about what occurred between Heiss and Lemon. She dirty for that shit. That's funny as hell. Heiss accused CNN of sexually assaulting him in Sag Harbor during the summer of 2018. He filed a lawsuit a year later and said that he suffered feelings of shame, humiliation, anxiety, anger, and guilt. The incident occurred before Lemon announced his engagement to his partner, Tim Malone. I didn't know that was going on. So look, they got this motherfucker up here. Hold on real quick. Let's look at this real quick.
You and George wrap up your shift at your bar and decide to go out for a late night drink?
Well, we had worked almost 2 weeks consecutively because 4th of July fell in the middle of the week that year. And we had worked for almost 2 weeks straight. So Sunday we came into work and we had very little, if any, reservations on the books. So our boss, George, gave us the night off. And so we went to Montauk for a little bit and then we came to Sag Harbor. And that's when I encountered Don Lemon.
Okay. And those are towns in the Hamptons that are very popular with folks. So you walk into this bar called Murph's, which I understand is very popular and sometimes with a celebrity set, though it's described as kind of a dive bar. Like it's not a fancy place. It's just popular amongst people who are well known. And did you see him right away when you walked in?
So I walked in and I saw him right out of the corner of my eye and sitting over to the right. And he was with a group of a couple other men. And I said to George, I said, look, that's Don Lemon right there. And I decided to approach him and I said, hey, Don, let me buy you a drink. And before he could even respond, I looked at the bartender and I said, let me get 2 lemon drops. And if anything, that was an attempt at humor. And I didn't mean anything derogatory or, I wasn't trying to harass him or, and Don looks at me and says, I'm just trying to have a good time. And at that time I said, okay, I'm sorry. And I walked away and I thought that was the end of it.
Okay. And so why did you do that? Had you been a fan of his? Like what made you offer to buy him a drink?
Honestly, I was just being cordial. I worked as a bartender and part of your job is to
he was hitting on Don Lemon,
your guests and, just have a good time.
You said he was hitting on him?
He was hitting on him, bro. Fuck out of here. This motherfucker's trying to play the coy and shit.
Yeah,
he said, let me get 2 lemon drops. That nigga was hitting on Don Lemon. Fuck out of here. This nigga's a liar.
That's why I started cracking up laughing and shit. That's why I started. Yeah, exactly.
Let me get 2 lemon drops.
Like, oh. You're
That
nasty.
man said, "Let me get 2 of Don Lemon's balls dropped in my drink." Okay, motherfucker knew what the fuck he was doing. That was gay flirting. Okay, that's what that was, bro. Okay.
Oh my god.
That's what that was. That's how gay
this
people
shit,
flirt, bro. Fuck
this
outta
shit never gets old, man.
here.
This shit never gets old, man.
Time everybody typically when they're at a bar or a restaurant, they're trying to just enjoy themselves, and I was just being friendly. It was just a hello, and I didn't mean anything derogatory towards it, but as soon as he said I'm just trying to have a good time, I walked away. That was that.
What time of night was this?
Approximately about maybe 10 p.m., maybe 9:30.
Okay. And could you tell at this point, this particular point where you would offer to buy him a lemon drop, whether he was intoxicated?
I mean, it seemed that he had had a few drinks, that's for sure.
How could you tell?
He just was kind of like shaking his head, and he was like, he looked at me like, just, you know, you're a bartender, you pick up on these things. People sit at your bar and drink all the time, you know, and he did not look sober by any means.
Okay. So he declined your drink, and how far away were the two of you from one another at this point?
3 feet at the most.
And I'll ask you this because it becomes relevant shortly, but for the record, are you straight?
Oh, yes. I have a girlfriend, and, you know, once this is all behind me, we hope to get married one of these days.
Okay. So in no way was this a sexual come on by you offering a drink. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm catching some lies up in here.
Look, look, that man got some sugar in his tank. You can't tell me he ain't got his dick sucked in the corner before. So fuck out of here. Nigga's a liar.
Yeah, I don't know about all that. You know what I'm saying? Who goes up to somebody and says, "Can I have 2 lemon drops, please?" Yeah, like, yeah, no. Who does it?
Look, Mr. White Man, you knew what you was doing. You was flirting with Don Lemon.
Oh, you want a lemon drop? You just like them Sour Patch Kids. You know what I'm saying? First they sour, then they turn sweet. Like
he was hitting on Don Lemon, and he's like, should I mess up my relationship for this? I gotta figure out a story so I can get some money out of this. But at the same time, my girlfriend don't realize that, you know, I'm getting my dick sucked on the side and shit by these dudes.
Right.
Stop it.
Look, man, why Megyn Kelly tried to not laugh when she said the lemon drops part? Did you see that? Like this part of her mouth went up and then it went back down.
and then you knew that's why she had to ask the question. So are you straight? like who the fuck orders a lemon drop, dummy? Gay,
right?
Stop.
And you ordered it. And you ordered it for Don Lemon. Oh, hey, Donnie boy, yeah. Let me order some lemon drops for you. Like,
I thought it was cute. It was my attempt to be humorous.
It was cute.
It was cute.
This is some bullshit. It's some bullshit if I ever seen it.
Look, it was my attempt to be humorous. Okay.
I mean, I was just joking, you know. I mean, I was at a bar. I was trying to have fun. I mean, everybody enjoys a couple of lemon drops, you know. Like, yeah, I've never enjoyed lemon drops.
You know, she was trying to figure out how to ask. So, this is a popular bar. She meant this is a gay bar out there in this area.
Right. She was all kind of discombobulated for like a split second there. Like you could tell she didn't know what to do. Like when he said the lemon drops part. And then when she repeated it, she had to collect herself real quick and then ask.
I would have laughed, bro. I would have laughed like a motherfucker. I'd have been like, "You liar!"
I would have been laughing like how I'm laughing right now. That's exactly how I would have interviewed his ass. I'd have been like, motherfucker, you lying.
Look, I see Don Lemon in the bar getting drunk. First thing I'm gonna think is, oh, this is a gay bar.
Yeah, first thing I'm saying is it's time to go. Goodbye.
You know what I mean? This
Happy New Year.
Clearly is a gay bar. Gotta go.
Right. That shit crazy.
Let's finish that shit real quick. Let's see what the fuck he did.
Don is openly gay and either engaged or married to a man. So, and that's been well established. Okay, so it was basically just a friendly gesture. He declined it. Okay, so in no way was this a sexual come on by you offering a drink. Okay, and Don is openly gay and either engaged or married to a man. So, and that's been.
Is it just me or is that like extra funny?
That shit is funny because he's lying out his asshole.
Right.
His whistling asshole.
yeah, exactly. Chin drops. Oh shit.
Been well established. Okay, so it was basically just a friendly gesture. He declined it, and then what happened next?
So I walk around the bar, and about 5 minutes goes by, and he comes around the bar and comes up to me, and he says, pardon my language, but he says, "Do you like me? Is that why you're fucking with me?" And I said, "No, I just wanted to say what's up." And I was just like, what's this guy's problem? And I looked at my boss, and in that moment, he puts his hand down his pants and starts aggressively.
Can you start that over?
Don.
You're talking about Don. Go ahead.
Yeah. So after he says, do you like me? Is that why you're effing with me? And I said, "No, I just wanted to say what's up, man." And I look at my boss and I look back, and he has his hand in his pants, rubbing himself aggressively. And he shoves his 2 fingers up underneath my mustache, thrusts my head back, and says, "Do you like pussy or dick?" And he said it like 2 or 3 times after that. And I just said, "What the hell, man?" And I just ran out the back door.
So forgive my indelicate.
Listen, we got to hear that again. We have to make sure that we got all the evidence. Hold on real quick.
He said that I ran out the bar like a like a girl.
You think he ran past his car all the way home?
He probably did, bro. He said he started rubbing his balls aggressively. Like, bro, like, why were you standing around paying that much attention, my dude?
Right.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Sorry.
That shit don't make no damn sense, man. This story never gets old, dude. This shit never gets old. It never gets old. This shit is still haunting Don Lemon to this day.
This is haunting him to this day. Apparently his balls don't smell like fucking lemon drops.
Bartender.
2 lemon drops.
He probably did some dumb shit like one, two.
You like dick or you like pussy?
Oh my
You like
God.
dick or you like pussy?
I was just shocked and perplexed. I've never been asked that, something so offensive. Do you like dick or do you like pussy? I didn't know what to do. I just ran. I ran out the back door.
He said he grabbed his balls aggressively and kept on grabbing his balls aggressively took his fingers out of his pants and shoved his 2 fingers right over underneath his mustache and pushed his head back. And at the same time, he said, "You like dick or you like some pussy?"
Oh, this is terrible, man. This is terrible. What's good, Shatera? What's going on? Look at this, man.
Wow.
Look at this. Look at this. Hold on real quick.
Fucking with me. And I said, no, I just wanted to say what's up. And I was just like, what's this guy's problem? And I looked at my boss, and in that moment, he puts his hand down his pants and starts aggressively.
Can you start that over?
Don,
you're talking about Don. Go ahead.
Yeah. So after he says, do you like me?
Man, Megan Kelly petty as fuck. You see how she interrupted him and said, we're talking about Don.
Right. She wanted to make sure everybody understood it was Don Lemon who starts rubbing his finger.
Right before he got into the meat of the story. I'll just hold on a second. So we're all on the same page. This is Don. Like, she dirty.
No, it was my boss, but I wanted fucking to sue Don Lemon because of what my boss did. Of course, it's Don Lemon.
Right.
That was
right.
extra petty.
Extra petty.
Extra petty.
Starts aggressively.
Can you start that over?
Don,
you're talking about Don. Go ahead.
Yeah. So after he says, do you like me? Is that why you're effing with me? And I said, no, I just wanted to say what's up, man. And I look at my boss and I look back, and he has his hand in his pants, rubbing himself aggressively. And he shoves his 2 fingers up underneath my mustache, thrusts my head back, and says, do you like pussy or dick? And he said it like 2 or 3 times after that. And I just said, what the hell, man? And I just ran out the back door.
So forgive my.
Look, okay, look. Again, I'm having a problem. If you were able to if you were able to recognize the fact that he stuck his hands down his pants and you didn't move, and then he shoved his 2 fingers up your mustache into your fucking nose and asked you a couple of times. He got punked by Don Lemon, bro.
Yeah, I don't understand how he has a girlfriend currently. Every
Right.
time he tells this story, if he's with a woman, he should get broke up with immediately. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is ridiculous.
He got punked by Don Lemon, bro. Don Lemon put his nut sweat all up in this dude's nose, and he ran out like a little bitch. I'm sorry, bro.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Right. That's crazy.
A indelicate question, but when you say he put his hands down his pants, what kind of pants was he wearing, and how do you know what he was doing in there?
He was wearing shorts, and I mean, it was pretty obvious to everybody that saw him what he did. He was just rubbing himself, and with impunity, just pushed his hands up under my face enough to thrust my head back and degrade me.
So he was rubbing his genitals, and then he shoved the fingers that he was doing it with in your nose and your face.
Correct.
Did it strike you as something he had ever done before?
I don't know. Anybody that acts like that in public and without any fear of what it might do to somebody or the consequences it might have, that's a pattern. It's I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, he's protected by the fact that he's African-American, gay man on television, and I'm just some nobody.
Oh, wow. He brought race into it, too.
Here we go with the woe is me, white oppression nonsense.
Right. This is...
he's an African-American male. Listen here.
I was sexually assaulted by a very aggressive, big black gay man.
Right. Right. He act like Terry Crews was the one that did that shit.
It was Don fucking Lemon, bro.
Right.
Like real shit. Wow.
Right. And MC Fact is right too. Megan Kelly gonna ask what kind of pants he had on.
Hey, you know what though? Here's the thing. Look, if you had enough time to recognize what he was wearing, that he was aggressively fucking putting his hands all up on his balls and rubbing his balls. How close, first off, how close were you? How did you not step back when he started doing that shit? And how the fuck did you get punked by Don Lemon after that shit?
I want to see the camera.
I do too. Cause this shit, I don't know. I don't know, bro. This shit sound funky. Sound kind of wonky, bro.
Did you see what KO Kid Fit put in? He said that the judge on the Kyle Rittenhouse, Torian Rain calls him Kyle Rottenhouse, is literally defending him. I believe it. The
I
judge
believe
was
it too. He's been doing it the whole fucking trial.
Well, they always defend those people. You remember during the Derek Chauvin trial, that judge was defending Derek Chauvin, and when Aunt Maxine Waters was saying all that shit, you know, he basically was like, I should just throw the case because all of this shit was said. Okay, like how many times have people literally said that black people were guilty before, you know, any trial or sentence or anything like that? You know what I mean? And nobody threw a case. Like, what are you talking about?
Well, the minute, look, you knew the Kyle Rittenhouse fucking Rottenhouse motherfucker was going to get off. The minute the judge said you cannot call the victims victims, you can call them looters and you can call them rioters, but you cannot call them victims.
Right.
Like, if that doesn't fucking, like, you know, influence the goddamn fucking jury, I don't know what the fucking else will, because that's literally saying these guys were committing a crime and he was building a case for this fucking piece of shit before the fucking trial ever fucking started, bro.
Right.
You know what I mean? At
No,
least
that's
he
facts.
didn't have Don Lemon sticking his ball sweaty hands in his fucking nose. I guess Don Lemon would be dead too, huh? Jesus Christ, bro.
He's African American, gay man on television, and I'm just some nobody.
When he touched your face, did he actually make contact with your face?
Yeah, he pushed my face back completely.
Wow. And so did you stumble back or did you maintain your footing?
At this point I had turned around and
Megan Kelly is a white supremacist female asshole.
She is, bro.
She's a female asshole.
She's being extra petty this morning during this video. She's really being super petty. So, did it touch you? Yeah. It pushed my head back. So you mean to tell me that it really touched you all up in your face and shit?
Right. Look, this is what I'm at. This is what I'm talking about. How is she asking the questions with the straight face? Like, how is she doing it? She's pure evil. That's how.
That woman is the bride of the devil.
Right.
And I'm a fucking atheist saying this shit. So what does that tell you?
Look, Shatera said he deserves no ever after admitting that. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Anytime he tells this story, if he's in a relationship with a woman, he should be broken up with instantaneously.
Look, bro. He's gonna fucking his girl is going to marry his ass, take half his shit, and he's gonna be at the bar one day, and motherfucking some girl's gonna be like, "Are you okay?" And he's gonna be like, "My wife just left me, and she took half of my money." And she's gonna realize this nigga got a little bit of money and shit, and she's gonna say, "Well, how did you get all this money?" Don Lemon stuck his sweaty nuts in my face, and I sued the shit out of him. Like,
Don Lemon with nuts on me at a bar.
he went sweaty nuts on me at a bar.
Dude, that's nasty.
You cannot make this shit the fuck up, man.
At all, dude.
This is why real life is so much better than TV.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. You can't beat it. You know what I'm saying? You can't fucking beat it.
Wow.
I'm just tripping. I'm with loving 4C Hebrew hair. I want to know what kind of Botox Megyn Kelly shot into her damn face to make it so that she's not laughing or moving or doing any damn thing during this motherfucking interview.
Megyn Kelly is so old.
Yeah. Her neck looks like a strip of bacon if you catch the camera angle right at times. You know what I'm saying?
You're right,
Kareem. He got a
he
lemon.
got his lemon drops.
No.
He sure did get his lemon drops.
No, never.
Look, bro, we should not be teasing sexual assault victims like we are.
I'm not. Megyn Kelly is. I'm not laughing at anything other than her line of questioning. I just want to make that clear.
Well, I'm gonna make it clear. I'm laughing at this motherfucker. I don't care, because you know what? It's like her line of questioning is absolutely phenomenal.
Oh yeah, she's on point right here.
But he's actually answering these questions.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like,
I don't know. I don't know what's more funny, her questions or the fact that he's actually answering these questions.
I think it's more funny that he's actually answering the questions.
Yeah. Look, Shatera said, "Fuck that, I'm teasing."
I'm teasing. I think it's more funny that he's answering the questions, like, and repeating himself over and over. Like I know we're all looking at Don Lemon in a very weird way right now. And we're all like, yeah, that motherfucker's weird, right? But who do you think has got the worst end of the stick in this situation?
You mean who do you think got the worst end of the lemon?
And right now, including now, I'm gonna have to say that guy right there.
Look. You think he asked Don? Donnie, why are you so sour? Why are you so sour? Sour.
Right before you ran out of the fucking bar crying.
Right. Do you think Don Lemon did it like the way that he does the news, or do you think that he did it like Wayne Brady when Wayne Brady was riding around with Dave Chappelle?
I think he did it like Wayne Brady, bro.
Yeah, I think so too. I think he did it like Wayne Brady too. He probably got a little bit of look. He probably got a little bit of bass in his voice, so his shit went up to an A flat.
Look, yeah, no bullshit. I think that nigga. I think Don Lemon got a little bit niggerish on him. Like, I think he did. I think Don Lemon pulled out, that old Atlanta gay hood shit on his ass. Not gonna lie. Dude.
But now man, we need Dave Chappelle to reenact this. Like in the next Dave Chappelle comedy skit, please do it. You know how he did the thing with Juicy Smollett? He need to do a thing with Don Lemon.
Right, no bullshit. Hey, honestly, Kareem, we ain't got through this whole video. She might just ask that question.
So what did Don and we're talking about Don Lemon here. What did Don's balls what did they smell like?
What did they smell like? No, that's just it's relevant to the case.
And he's gonna be like, dude,
it smelled like a big black.
I don't. It was the most horrible thing I've ever experienced in my entire life. I think it was like a mix of heavy whipping cream and ham. Like what,
bro? My question: why would he bring up the fact that he was, a black guy?
But yeah, what does that have to do with anything?
Well, Don Lemon is like, a black gay TV personality on major networks.
Megyn Kelly had his
I'm
ass.
a nobody.
Megyn Kelly had his ass bring that shit up. She coached him for that shit.
Too. I think so too. I'm not gonna lie, I do too.
Yeah, she coached his ass to do that shit. Well, we need to bring up the fact that he's black. Her dumb ass.
And gay.
And gay.
He's black and gay and works for a major news outlet.
Mm-hmm. What was Megyn Kelly with CNN at one point?
Yes, she was.
Yeah, there you go. Now she's with actually, I don't think she's with anybody now. She just does her own little podcast and shit.
Yeah, I think so. I think she was with Fox for a little while and then she left.
Yeah. From now on until the end of time, he is known as that dude that Don Lemon rubbed his nut juice on. I said what I said.
I'm gonna call
facts.
I'm gonna call him Lemon Drop.
I concur. I concur.
Hashtag Lemon Drop.
That's funny.
My back was to the bar, and he pushed me so forcefully that I was leaning up over the bar. And, after about 2 seconds of that and him repeating, what he said.
P or D.
Yeah. And after all that, I just like, what the hell? And I just ran.
That's an evil bitch. That is an evil bitch. She said, PRD.
Look, this is a funny situation, but we really shouldn't because she's going out of her way to demonize a black man.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean? And even though he's gay.
Which he went out of his way to demonize a black man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he went out of his way to demonize a black man. She going out of her way to demonize a black man. I don't remember Megyn Kelly, trying to get an interview with the girls who fucking were sexually assaulted by, Weinstein or Stein or whatever the fuck his name is.
She sure didn't.
And this was Mr.
What?
Weinstein,
But you know what?
right?
What? Yeah, Rose McGowan was one of them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Rose McGowan is coming out on some real anti-black shit that she's saying nowadays.
Right, and she's on her anti-black shit. She's no longer a Democrat. She is now a Republican, and she is now for all about fucking Donald Trump, right? So with all of those things, why isn't Rose McGowan on here talking about Harry Weinstein?
Well, I'll tell you why. We already know why. It's what we've been talking about. You know what I'm saying? The whole time. It's this.
Yeah.
Democrats have taken control of the House of Representatives.
A historic accomplishment for the Democrats.
New Dems make the majority because we represent the majority.
We listen.
We listen.
We listen. We listen.
We listen.
We listen to what America needs.
We fight.
We fight for our principles.
Abigail Spanberger is my name. This is what democracy looks like. We just made history.
We defend American values.
We believe in an economy that works for everyone.
Everyone getting a fair shot to earn a good life.
We are pro-growth.
Pro-innovation.
And we hold the line.
Against those who seek nothing less than the destruction of America.
The destruction of our democracy.
We win in the districts that decide whether America keeps moving forward.
Building back better and stronger, or goes right back to the division, the chaos, the despair, and the hate.
New Dems make the majority, and we will defend the majority. For a bold America.
For a strong America. For a free America.
For America that will lead the world in every way.
Forward.
There it is right there. Full circle.
America, America, America.
Full circle, bro.
We're really getting good at this full circle shit when we don't plan it.
Facts. I mean, you kind of can't help it. You kind of can't help it.
Can't help it, bro.
You know what I'm saying? This shit is dumb. Stupid ass bullshit that we deal with on a daily basis. You know what I'm saying? So, man, I think that's it, man. Like, I think we killed this shit. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna go drink a lemon drop.
Oh, God, man. I'm gonna go cash app you a bottle of Scope.
I love it, drop. That motherfucker. Oh shit.
That's hilarious. Hold on, we might have to look at that shit one more time, man. We might have to look at that one more time before we get up out of here. We might have to look at that shit one more again. Wait a minute.
And just to put it out there, I just want to let you guys know we are not making fun of sexual assault victims at all. Because we do totally understand how traumatic it could be of an experience. You know what I mean?
Right.
And
I mean, clearly. I mean, look at this interview right here.
Right. We're not making light of, sexual assault. We're just making light of this guy. That's all.
Again, the only thing that I'm laughing about in this interview is Megyn Kelly's line of questioning. That's it. For the record.
For the record.
For the record, Megyn Kelly is hilarious. All right. You know what I'm saying?
Go ahead.
And he says, pardon my language, but he says, "Do you like me? Is that why you're fucking with me?" And I said, "No, I just wanted to say what's up." And I was just like, what's this guy's problem? And I looked at my boss, and in that moment, he puts his hand down his pants and starts aggressively.
Can you start that over?
Don,
You're talking about Don. Go ahead.
Yeah. So after he says, do you like me? Is that why you're effing with me? And I said, "No, I just wanted to say what's up, man." And I look at my boss and I look back, and he has his hand in his pants, rubbing himself aggressively. And he shoves his two fingers up underneath my mustache, thrusts my head back, and says, "Do you like pussy or dick?" And he said it like 2 or 3 times after that. And I just said, "What the hell, man?" And I just ran out the back door.
So forgive my indelicate question, but when you say he put his hands down his pants, what kind of pants was he wearing, and how do you know what he was doing in there?
He was wearing shorts, and I mean, it was pretty obvious to everybody that saw him what he did. He was just rubbing himself, and with impunity, just pushed his hands up under my face enough to thrust my head back and degrade me.
So he was rubbing his genitals, and then he shoved the fingers that he was doing it with in your nose and your face.
Correct.
Did it strike you as something he had ever done before?
I don't know, anybody that acts like that in public and without any fear of what it might do to somebody or the consequences it might have, that's a pattern, you know. It's, I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, he's protected by the fact that he's African American, gay man on television, and I'm just some nobody.
Mm. When he touched your face, did he actually make contact with your face?
Yeah, he pushed my face back completely.
Wow. And so did you stumble back or did you maintain your footing?
At this point, I had turned around and my back was to the bar, and he pushed me so forcefully that I was leaning up over the bar. And, you know, after about 2 seconds of that and him repeating, you know, what he said,
P or D, P or D.
Yeah. And after all that, I just like, what the hell? And I just ran out the back door. And, you know, in certain circumstances, you know, a lot of men would have reacted aggressively. And that, you know, in that split second, I had to make a decision. And, you know, when you go through something like that, it's either fight or flight. And I chose flight.
You know what I find very interesting, and I just thought about this.
What's that, bro?
They're really condemning Don Lemon, and she is just doing the utmost right now with the
She's doing the
questions she
most.
asked.
She was doing the most.
All the while, her and all of her Fox colleagues were over here fucking saying that, you know, when Donald Trump says grab him by the pussy, it was just locker room talk.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, I mean, all Don did was just grab him by the lemons and put lemonade in his face. You know, the same as Trump. She should support Don Lemon by her logic, right?
Wow.
Actually, she should support Don Lemon more because Don Lemon said, "Fuck it, look at this. I'm about to actually do this shit." You know, I never witnessed Donald Trump grab anybody by the pussy. You know what I'm saying? Motherfucker said that he did. I never witnessed him do it. You know what I'm saying? This motherfucker said this shit, and Don Lemon tried to pay him $500,000. The bartender should have stepped away. See, the bartender should have whooped his motherfucking ass. Yeah, the bartender should have really beat him up. I'm confused as to why that didn't happen. And what a horrible way. See, Megyn Kelly was trolling on that bartender too. What a way to end that video. Oh, it was either fight or flight, and I chose flight. I ran the fuck out of there.
I decided to run out of there like my panties was on fire.
And listen.
Man, look, he has a mustache, bro. That is clearly the international sign of I am gay. Like, I know he can sit there and he can try to spruce himself up now and be like, I'm clearly a man. That's why I'm gonna grow out my beard. But yeah, bro, I think this dude got a little bit of sugar in his tank.
Yeah, he got a whole tank full of 93 octane Kool-Aid. You know what I'm saying? Because he should have whooped his ass. Like, who would have, like, first of all, you wouldn't even got that close to me. Second of all, if you managed to do that, I'm not just gonna beat your ass. We at a bar too. You're getting hit with a bottle, you're getting hit with a chair, you're getting hit with a glass. Like, I'm about to really fuck your ass up. I'm already OCD as it is. I don't like, and you did that, you're dead. I'd have probably caught a case for real, if that was me. I'd have caught a motherfucking case. I'd have really flipped. I'd have had a conniption. I'd have been acting a whole motherfucking ass.
Wow.
But had he beat up Don Lemon, it would have been called a hate crime. Yeah, not because he's black. Because Don Lemon LGBTQ. But his ass clearly is LGBTQ too. He wanted to, you know, stir up some lemon drops and shit. You know what I mean? Everybody in that whole equation is doing too much. Megyn Kelly doing too much with the questioning. That motherfucker was doing too much to be a bitch, Dustin Heist, and Don Lemon was doing way too much. He need to sit his ass down somewhere in a motherfucking freezer or something. You need to chill out.
You're better than me.
Hulaw said he got a whole tank full of honey. That's facts. Oh shit. So I think that's it, bro. You know what I'm saying? You got any anything else we need to go over, or you know what I'm saying? Any closing words or anything? I think we got it. I think this nigga passed out and fell asleep. Yo,
Nope.
all right. So you got anything else you want to talk about, or are we good?
No,
You
I'm good.
ready
My
to dip?
shit was on mute. My bad, bro.
No, you lying, nigga. You passed the fuck out, man.
Nope.
Look, Shatera said, "Am I wrong for understanding her level of pettiness?" Nope, not at all. I ain't even mad. I ain't mad at her. At you. I ain't mad at her. She was extra petty. That shit was funny as hell.
Yeah, that shit was funny, bro. Honestly,
that was hilarious.
Honestly, I wanna be honest, bro. She did some I understand why Don Lemon did did whatever charge he did on her, bro. Honestly. That was super petty as fuck, bro.
Super petty. I'm gonna wake up and do this shit today. Like, you petty.
She put on a cape and an SP shirt, nigga, and flew into work this whatever morning that was.
Oh, dude, you know, she got a shot of Bailey's in her Starbucks, and she got her day going right that day. You know what
She
I'm
probably
saying?
got off of the TV and started laughing her ass off.
Hysterically. She probably needed oxygen. That's hilarious.
Yup. So nah, I'm good. I'm good. I don't have nothing else for anything. I learned a lot today.
Yeah, I learned a little bit too much today.
I learned don't ever ask Don Lemon if he wants lemon drop.
Yeah, don't do that. Don't go to no bar that he had neither. You know what I'm saying?
Well, don't be white and go to any bar that he's at.
Right. All right, y'all. So with that being said, that's the end of the video. We'll probably be back at some later time this week. And anything else you want to add before we get out of here, bro?
Nah. To all my lemon drops out there.
To all my lemon heads out there, stay in the box. Keep it in the box. All right, y'all. Peace.
Peace.